I've always preferred the concrete jungle over the real forests. Some people might feel turned off by the idea of being surrounded by stone, squeezed in with millions of other people, seeing nothing of nature except the occasional tree or weed growing through the cracks in the cement sidewalks. I find being surrounded by the creations of mankind far more soothing than being in the woods. A forest, in my eyes, is like a giant stomach. Living things go in, they die, and are broken down into food for the rest of the earth. I know this is an extreme view, but I can't help feeling how I feel. That's why, when I was transferred to a small town in upstate New York from my cushy office in downtown Manhattan, I was less than thrilled. While it was nice upgrading from a one-bedroom apartment to a whole house, the fact that the house was surrounded by trees and it took a 15-minute drive until I saw even the barest sign of a neighborhood made me very uncomfortable. But I knew that I had to do this if I had any ambition in climbing up my career ladder, so I had to just grin and bear it. The house wasn't too bad. It was an old Victorian style, like many of the houses anywhere near it, but it was outfitted with many modern comforts. The company was renting it for me, and I only had to stay there for around 5 months. But I was glad those 5 months were going to be spent in some comfort. The worst part was learning to go to sleep. I'm used to the background noise, but the almost complete silence of not only the house, but the surrounding woods was jarring. It took me at least a week before I finally got a good night's rest. Slowly, like getting used to the silence, I also got used to being surrounded by the forest. For the first week, I wouldn't go near any of the trees at all. Time went by, and I got more used to my surroundings. After about 2 months of acclimation, I found my unease subsiding, and I began to even start taking walks in the woods around me. The smells were far more appealing than the typical smell of the city, and the wildlife I saw were quite charming. I even took up some casual bird watching as a hobby. It was in the 4th month there that I began to notice them. It first happened when I was taking a deeper than usual walk into the forest. I had just decided I'd gone far enough and turned around to head back home. In front of me, on a large pine tree I had used as the turning back point, was a clear chalk outline on the trunk. It was a very basic outline, and small as well. So it had to have been the framework of a child. It was like a kid had pressed themselves against the trunk, fingers splayed, and someone had intricately drawn each tiny detail. There was no real trail that led here, and there were no signs that anyone else beside me had ever been there. I looked at the outline, puzzling in my head a moment why it would be there. I thought that maybe the last people who had rented the house had had kids, and maybe they had gone here and done this. I decided that must have been it, and then continued my way back home. It was a bit unsettling at how fresh the drawing seemed, but it hadn't rained since before I even moved into the house, so I thought that maybe that's how it stayed so new. It was only a few days before I found the time to take another walk in the woods. This time, it was a different direction from my last walk. I had gotten maybe half a mile into the trees when on a large ash tree, I spotted another chalk outline. This one was just as detailed as the first one, with only slight changes. It was a little bit taller than the first one, and the outline looked like the child was wearing a dress. I went to take a closer look when a rustling sound behind me made me stop and turn around. There was nothing there. And when I turned around to face the chalk outline again, I jumped a little in surprise. One of the arms, which I could have sworn was down at the side, was now raised up. It made the chalk outline look like it had been in the process of waving. I stared at the thing in confusion, as I was sure that the arms had both been down at its side. While I wasn't scared or anything like that, I decided that even if my brain had just played a trick on itself, this situation was getting a little creepy, and I didn't want to get any closer to the thing. Sure, if there were 2 kids the previous renters had, there could be 2 chalk outlines. But this was just too weird for me. I turned around and went straight home from there. That night, in place of the usual silence of the woods, the weather decided to have a lot of wind. Having gotten used to the silence, the sudden noise was very nerve-shattering. Every time the wind would howl and cause the trees of the house to creak, my eyes would pop open of their own volition and look around my bedroom. Eventually, I got so tired that even those noises didn't startle me out of slumbering. But before I finally drifted off to an undisturbed sleep, I swore I could hear children's giggling hidden within the wind. The next few days passed by uneventfully, and when the skies finally opened up, I decided to go for a walk in the woods during the rain. It was very relaxing and something I had never really experienced before. The squishing of the wet ground under my boots, the smell of the ozone mixed with the natural smell of the trees, and the sounds of the raindrops as they collided with leaves and branches and puddles was very euphoric. While I hadn't planned to go far into the woods, I lost track of time and wandered a little further than I expected. All that jubilation vanished as I stepped into a little clearing and caught sight of the trees around me. On 7 trees in front of me, forming a semicircle around me, were different chalk outlines. All of them with different sizes of children, even more detailed than the ones I'd seen before. These outlines, while they didn't have any facial or body features, had their clothing filled in with different coloured chalk. Some wore shorts and t-shirts, and some had dresses. All the clothing different styles and colours. That wasn't the creepiest thing about them, though. I could clearly see the rain splash onto their lines from head to toe, and yet there was no smudging whatsoever. This was when fear began creeping into my heart, and though the chalk outlines were all in a neutral stance, an aura of menace seemed to radiate from them. Their blank faces seemed to be staring at me in an accusatory tone, like I had done or discovered something that I shouldn't have. Their gazes kept me frozen in my tracks, and it wasn't the coldness of the rain that caused the shiver up my back. I took a few steps backwards and then turned and sprinted as fast as my rain boots would allow me back to the house. That night, as I was trying to get some sleep, noises began disturbing all over my house. Downstairs, I could hear certain walls creaking, like something large was pressing itself into the sides of my house. The moment I got out of bed to investigate, however, all sounds ceased completely. Unnerved, I got back into bed and tried to go back to sleep. Whatever was out there wasn't done with me, though. The tapping began soon after, almost unnoticeable at first. It came from downstairs, from the same areas the creaking had started, but this time it didn't stop when I got out of bed. Slowly, the tapping became louder, as if a whole crowd of people were outside, knocking on my wall. Blended in with the tapping, I swore I could also hear the whispers of children. I could not make out any word, but their tone suggested they were up to no good, and I did not want to find out what mischief they were concocting. I stayed awake in my room, with the door locked and a dresser pushed in front of it, until the light of dawn streaked through my window, and the tapping finally faded out. Very slowly, I unblocked my door and checked out the inside of the house. Nothing inside the house seemed disturbed. There was no sign of entry, and all the doors and windows were still locked. Gathering up the courage to step outside, I found that the outside walls were a different story. There wasn't any physical damage, but all of the outside walls were covered with the chalk outlines of children. They were all as detailed as the 7 I'd seen in the clearing, but there was far more than 7. more like 50 or 60. Many seemed like they were piled on top of one another, as if they were climbing and fighting one another to get somewhere, and it was very obvious where they were trying to get to. My downstairs window. A few of them even managed to get their fingers on the sills, hanging on in poses like they were trying to pull themselves up and through them. The worst thing, however, was that one more detail had been added to the outlines. Smiles. All of them were smiling, and not in a happy, innocent way. I moved out that very day. I spent the rest of my time upstate in a motel room at my own expense. The only time I left was for work or to buy groceries. I finally felt safe again on my car ride back to Manhattan, even managing to crack a smile. The smile vanished when I offered to pay for the cleanup of the outside of the house to get rid of all the chalk outlines, and my boss gave me a confused look. He told me that the caretaker had dropped by after I left and emailed my boss that the inside and outside of the house was spotless and to thank me for taking such great care of the place. To this day, even on the brightest of days and on the busiest of roads, I cross the street when I see chalk drawings on the sidewalk, drawn by smiling, giggling children.
I'm a Dell Technologies advisor.
Ich auch.
Moi aussi.
And if you're a small business, we're with you.
Standing by you, every step of the way.
Bye-bye.
I am a musician, not one of grave importance or even outstanding ability. Still, I consider myself a musician. I can play with the best of them, and I know my way around an instrument or two. More importantly, however, I am a collector. A collector of various items, ranging from the odd to the obscure. There is no rhyme or reason to my collection. It consists of anything that piques my interest that I can get my hands on. That is why, when I saw an ad on Craigslist for a vintage, rustic red piano, I couldn't help but reach out to the seller. The ad's title seemed normal enough. Old piano, free to a good home. I'd seen countless ads like this before. It was nothing out of the ordinary, and certainly nothing that would grab my attention. Still, I felt the need to click on it. Maybe I was bored, or maybe I just liked the idea of not having to pay for a potential addition to my collection. Either way, I gave in to my compulsion. Upon clicking on the ad, I was greeted with an anomalous and intriguing story. It read something like this. I am offering my piano to anyone who is willing to come and pick it up. It is very old, but still playable. I can prove this upon your arrival. It is red and bears no brand markings. This is because it was made by my great-great-grandfather. This instrument is one of a kind. He went out himself and chopped down a redwood tree to provide the wood to build it. It took him many days to finally cut down the tree, and much, much longer to finish making the piano. Nearly his entire life was put into this thing. I, however, have no use for it. It has been passed down in my family many times over. I have no wish to continue the tradition, and the piano is currently taking up too much space in my home. I want it gone as quickly as possible. My name is Margaret, and you can reach me by phone at the number listed below. Serious inquiries only. Reading the ad sparked my curiosity. One of a kind, redwood tree. How strange and absurd. I had to see this thing. If it was half as remarkable as Margaret's description made it out to me, then it was a must-have for my ever-growing collection. As such, I decided to give her a call. Margaret answered the phone after the first ring and immediately asked if this was about the piano. Although I found this to be an odd greeting, I assured her that it was indeed why I had called. She seemed rather enthused. I shared her enthusiasm, happy to know the piano was still available. We set up a time the following day when I could come over and take a look at it. I hung up the phone, excited and bewildered. I had a feeling this piano could very well be the centerpiece of my oddities. My collection spans many eras of history, as well as numerous countries. They range anywhere from the mundane to the wildly strange, but all of them are nothing if not great conversation pieces. Some of my favorites include a genuine voodoo doll from Louisiana, a tooth from a saber-toothed cat, a book of spells written by an alleged witch, and a piece of antler from the world's largest moose. Being a musician, I also owned countless instruments, too many to name. Each time I acquired a new item, my heart would race with excitement, with whatever it was I was receiving becoming the focus of my attention. This piano was no exception. I could not wait to see it in person. I woke up the following day with no resistance to my alarm. I was more than eager to start my day and head off towards the potential new addition for my collection. I swiftly went about my daily routine in an effort to minimize the time in between me and Margaret. She did say that she was an early bird and that I could swing by whenever. With this in mind, I showered, brushed my teeth, got dressed, and ate breakfast at a record pace, making it out the door roughly 25 minutes after waking up. It might sound a bit silly to be this worked up over a material object, but to that, I'd say you must not be a collector. This piano was my mission, and it was one I intended to see through until the end. I found myself at Margaret's home while it was still morning, as she was just 2 towns over from where I lived. It was a quaint cottage at the end of a dead-end road, surrounded by shrubbery and woods. I noticed an old tire swing in the backyard, indicating that it may have been the house she lived in as a child. Maybe her parents passed away and left her the house. Maybe the piano reminded her of them, and that was the real reason she was getting rid of it. My speculation was interrupted by a woman who came running out of the cottage to greet me. She signaled for me to come inside and went back in herself. This was no doubt Margaret. I never told her what car I'd be in, but I assumed not many people came out here in the middle of nowhere and parked in front of her house. I got out of my car and made my way up the stone walkway to the front door. In entering the house, Margaret seemed overjoyed to see me. It was something adjacent to a relative seeing you for the first time in a great while. It was odd but refreshing. It certainly made things less awkward. We exchanged a few pleasantries before she rushed me over to the room that contained the piano. I could tell she was excited to show me it, just as excited as I was to actually see it. I matched the pace and we made our way to the room. Upon entering the room, I stopped, dead in my tracks. There, just a few yards away, was the piano in all of its glory. It was a beautiful concoction of wood and ivory, the likes of which I'd never seen. It had such a striking red color, giving it an illustrious and bold finish. And the design? It was magnificent. Simple, yet magnificent. Highly original, and certainly one of a kind, like Margaret had said in her ad. I stood there in awe with my mouth open. Margaret must have thought I didn't like it, because she quickly started going off on a sales pitch about its charm and history. She then went on to sit down at the stool in front of it and placed her hands over the keys. I tuned it yesterday after your call. Let's hear how it sounds.
Just as I am without one plea, but that thy blood was shed for me, and that thou biddest me come to thee, O Lamb of God. I come, I come.
Margaret began playing this beautiful piece. Not only did she play, but she sang as well. This is when I took my attention away from the piano and allowed myself to notice her. She was a young woman, maybe in her late 20s, very beautiful, very slender. She had silver highlights in her hair, giving it a strange, albeit lovely luster. Her singing voice, accompanied by the wonderfully rich tone of the piano, captivated me in a way that I can't describe. It surprised me to know that she not only played, but could also tune the piano. Her ad made it seem like she wasn't musically inclined at all. I allowed myself to be taken by the song until she finished. Before I could compliment Margaret on her playing, she quickly began talking, continuing her well-rehearsed sales pitch. I don't know if it was her playing or her voice, but I was sold the minute she touched the keys. Because of this, I interrupted her. "I'll take it." She seemed astounded when I said this. "Really? You will? Wonderful." We were both happy, and everything seemed fine. But one fact kept creeping and crawling in the back of my mind. I wasn't sold on the piano's backstory just yet, so I decided to ask her about it. Keep in mind that Margaret and I live in the Midwest. "So, have you lived in this house your whole life?" I asked, secretly fishing for information. "Yes, as did my parents. This house is very old, older than the piano." "And your great-great-grandfather, he lived here as well?" I kept bombarding her with questions. "Yes, he did." "Well, redwoods only grow in California, so your great-great-grandfather traveled all the way out there to chop down a tree to make a piano and brought it all the way back here?" It was at this point that Margaret realized I'd caught her in a lie. She apologized to me and explained the truth behind the piano. It would seem that her great-great-grandfather actually did go out and chop down a red tree to make this piano, just like she'd said, but it was not a redwood. It happened to be a tree that was located near where we both lived, deep, deep in the nearby forest. Being an avid historian, Margaret's great-great-grandfather had known about this tree for a while. It was a local legend of sorts, and it had always been his dream to find it. Locals deemed it the blood tree. It was a sacred tree worshipped by a Native American tribe many, many years ago. Anyone who finds the tree is said to live a long life filled with luck and prosperity. Those who vandalize it, however, will forever live a life of fear and misfortune. Her great-great-grandfather, of course, fell into the latter category. Though she claimed to not believe in the legend, she did point out that he died of a heart attack shortly after finishing the piano. Margaret's story was wild and entertaining. Even so, I believed her. It seemed that her ancestor finally found the tree he'd been searching for and wanted to take a piece of it home with him as a trophy. A piano was a fitting choice, seeing as this seemed to be a family of musicians. As for the curse, I was not concerned one bit. Perhaps Margaret was scared despite her disbelief, and that's why she wanted to give me the piano. Either way, I'm a skeptic at heart, so it's a win-win situation in my eyes. I gladly accepted the gift, dark past or not. Despite Margaret's lie and the piano being free, I attempted to offer her money. she wouldn't have it. She insisted on me just taking the thing off her hands. That would have been fine, but just taking such a beautiful instrument from someone would not have sat well with me. It wasn't much, but I slipped an envelope containing $100 into a mailbox on my way out. After calling over a friend to help me lift the heavy piano into the bed of my truck, I took off from Margaret's house with my new collectible. I made it home with ease, and with the help of that same friend, I positioned the piano in a lovely spot in my living room. I had a new piece for my collection, and I was happy. All was right in the world, or so I thought. For a few days, my life continued as it normally did. My routine remained unchanged. The only difference was the new piece of furniture in my house, the new centerpiece of my lovely collection of strange objects. After a while, I barely noticed it was there. Despite its beauty, it blended in with the rest of my home, much like the other items in my collection. On the third night after receiving the piano, however, something weird happened. Something most certainly out of the ordinary. I had just laid down to sleep and placed myself in a comfortable position on my bed. As soon as my eyes were shut, I started drifting into a light sleep. I had been exhausted from a long day at work. To my dismay, a loud bang coming from downstairs jolted me awake. I jumped out of bed and took a moment to process the sound. I realized quickly that it sounded like the piano's floorboard slamming shut over the keys. That could easily happen on its own had I left it open. But I hadn't played the piano even once since I procured it. So how could the floorboard slam shut if it was never opened to begin with? I raced downstairs in an effort to satisfy my curiosity and put my mind at ease. What I found did neither. Upon walking over to the piano, I noticed that the floorboard was up. Not only did it not slam shut over the keys, but it somehow opened on its own. No way. There was no way that was even possible. I discarded the nonsense that was swimming around in my overly tired mind and chalked up the sound to being that of one of my neighbors. I also must have opened the floorboard when moving the piano and never closed it. That was the only explanation. I closed the floorboard over the keys and went back upstairs to bed. I ended up sleeping for the rest of the night. The next day was pretty normal for me. I woke up early, took a shower, brushed my teeth, and ate breakfast. I went to work and dealt with the stress that came along with it, just as I always did. The piano was the farthest thing from my mind. It wasn't until I got home that day that it made its way back in. I opened the door to my house and immediately felt a cold gush rush out from within. This was strange, as I didn't leave the AC on, and it wasn't a particularly eventful day as far as weather goes. Brushing this off, I walked into the living room and set my jacket on the couch. When I looked up and noticed the piano, the floorboard, it was up. That couldn't be. I knew that I'd closed it the night before when getting up to inspect the strange sound. I absolutely knew it. This got me to thinking, was someone in my home? I sped around the house at full force with a kitchen knife in hand, ready to attack an intruder if there was one. I raced up and down the stairs, covering every inch of the house. I checked and rechecked every room, making sure I was completely alone. As it turned out, I was. Eventually, I found myself back in the living room, in front of the piano. I looked at it once more and noticed that the floorboard was down. Was I going mad? No, I was just experiencing the side effects of a long day at work. Nothing more. I must have just thought the floorboard was up when I came home. That's all. At least, that's what I told myself, to keep from dwelling on the situation. Still frazzled from the stressful day I'd had, I made my way to the bedroom and attempted to catch some shut-eye. I changed out of my work attire and into my nightwear, then plopped down on my warm and comfortable bed. A good end to a bad day, I thought. As luck would have it, I wouldn't be getting any sleep just yet. Quickly, after shutting my eyes, I heard another sound coming from downstairs. This time, it wasn't a loud bang. No, not at all. This time, it was music. Not just any music either. It was the piano. How could this be? Was someone really in my house this time? Or could it be? Was the piano playing itself? Neither option sat well with me. With nothing but adrenaline to guide me, I ran downstairs at full speed to catch the culprit of these late-night antics. Upon doing so, the music stopped, and I watched as the floorboard actually slammed itself shut over the keys. My heart sank, and I stood in place at the bottom of the stairs, completely and utterly in shock. After a few more moments of being a statue, I raced back up to my room and locked the door behind me. In a nervous slur of movement, I ran over to my bed and leaped into it, unable to comprehend what I'd witnessed. I sat there, contemplating. All the while, a vile mixture of fear and confusion brewed in the pit of my stomach. What the hell was going on? Eventually, the fear and confusion subsided, allowing melatonin to take over and do its job. I fell asleep and managed to stay that way until the next morning. I woke up to the sound of my alarm clock early the next day. I sat in bed for a few moments and wondered if the events from the previous night were nothing more than a dream. Now, I knew this wasn't the case, but I gave in to the notion anyhow. Living in a state of denial was better than living in a world where I was going insane. I was so good at indulging in this falsehood that I actually managed to convince myself that it really was a dream, or at least the product of an overactive imagination. It was a splendid defense mechanism, and one that allowed me to go about my day without fear or unease. I left, went to work, came home, and went to bed. Everything was back to normal, just because I told myself it was. But lies only stretch so far. Eventually, the truth catches up to you when you least expect it. As I laid there in bed, ready to sleep through the night, I heard the piano once more. I jumped out of bed rather abruptly and assessed the situation. What the hell was happening here? Was I truly going insane? If not, was this instrument really playing itself? Was there really an underlying layer of this world governed by laws of the supernatural, allowing this piano to be haunted in some way? I thought about it for a few more moments as the song went on, and then it hit me. This wasn't paranormal. No, it couldn't be. This was a cheap parlor trick. Margaret created quite the jest. She outfitted this piano to play itself, much like the player pianos they had in saloons way back when. This was just a prank, a laugh at my expense. That's why the damn thing was free. I ran downstairs to solve the mystery once and for all. Of course, as soon as I hit the bottom step, the piano stopped playing. I walked over to it calmly, confident in my new theory. I opened the thing up and looked inside, begging the piano to divulge its inner workings to me. It did, but I was surprised by the result. This was just a normal piano. Nothing extra was added in its creation to make it play on its own. Nothing at all. Stunned by this new revelation, I stepped back from the piano. My calm demeanor was no more. I stared at the redwood and ivory keys before me and almost felt compelled to ask, "What are you?" Instead, I remained silent. This silence, however, was quickly obliterated by the sound of music as the piano began playing itself once again. I wanted to run, but terror kept me still. I watched as the horror unfolded in front of me. The keys were being pressed down harder than before by some unseen force. The piece was also being played at a faster tempo. As if that weren't enough, picture frames began falling off of the wall. I felt as though my house was shaking, albeit slightly. A lamp in the corner fell over, bringing my attention to that side of the room. That's when I saw it. Standing right outside of my living room window was a dark figure. I couldn't make out any features on it. The moonlight was not enough to reveal this living silhouette's identity. I'd had enough. I gained some composure and ran back up to my bedroom. I locked the door behind me and climbed back into bed. All the while, the song raged on. The house continued to shake. The dark figure, for all I know, it could have made its way into the house. Knowing this, my heart and thoughts raced at an equal rate. I was beginning to believe that I was neither crazy, nor did Margaret rig the piano to play on its own. This was something entirely different, something not of this world. Just as I came to this realization, the music stopped. So did the shaking. With nothing left to do, I slept. It was no easy task, but fear has to taper off at some point. I eventually did, allowing me to escape the madness of my world and enter the realm of unconsciousness. I would have been grateful for this had it not been short-lived. I awoke a few hours later to a house filled to the brim with utter silence. Honestly, it was so silent that I immediately took notice. Normally, I'd hear at least the house creaking or even the buzz of nature from outside, but none of these sounds were present. I got up and looked out of my window for a clue. The world outside my room was still. No wind, no cars, no animals, and no people. Nothing. It was peculiar. Sure, it was the middle of the night, but where were the crickets chirping, the frogs croaking, the trees swaying? Where was the life outside my home? For that matter, where was the life within it? I seemed to be the only moving facet in an entirely frozen world. I hesitantly ventured downstairs for any further indication as to why everything seemed to be suspended in time. As I reached the bottom step, I looked over to the piano. There was something off about it. I walked over to it and realized that a few of the keys were pressed down. I attempted to touch them, but they would not budge. In pressing the other keys, I realized that none of them would budge at all. Unsettling, yes, but not so much compared to what I saw to the left of the piano. It was so dark, I almost didn't see it. Standing completely still next to the piano was that dark figure. When I noticed it, I jumped and let out an awkward and fearful grunt of sorts. The figure did not react. It was as if it was inanimate along with the rest of the world. I decided to use this opportunity to my advantage. I crept over to the figure to get a better look at it. I noticed that it was wearing some sort of dark cloak, one that covered its entire body. In the face of the shroud, I saw nothing but pure darkness. I cautiously attempted to pull the hood off of its head, but much like the piano keys, it would not budge. I stood there, staring at the figure for a few more seconds before a familiar sound filled the room. The piano started playing again, and in an instant, the world came to life. I could hear with it the sounds of my house, as well as those of the outside world. I also noticed that the figure in front of me had a swirling aura of energy surrounding it. It was a pelt of darkness wrapped around the shadowy figure, cloak and all. Before I could even react to its appearance, the dark figure hastily reached out to grab me with a skeletal hand. I fell backwards in fear. Scrambling to get up, I managed to stand upright and make a run for it. I bolted towards the front door, rushed through it, and raced to my car. I got in, hot-wired the damn thing. My keys were inside, and took off. From that point on, I was able to calm down. I had escaped, but at what cost? In a much less frightened state, I began to think logically. Was I just going to abandon my house and all of my belongings just because of this spirit? Was I going to quit my job and leave town? No, of course not. Just the idea of this was preposterous. Running away was not an option. Driving in circles around my neighborhood, I weighed my options. I could go back and try to destroy the piano. No, bad idea. That would make the spirit angry. It might attach itself to me in the process, if it hadn't already. I could tough it out for one more night until I came up with a better course of action. No, I didn't like that idea either. And that's when a solid plan came to mind. One I'm surprised I hadn't thought of earlier. I peeled out of my neighborhood in a fury and sped to my next destination. I was going back to the cellar. Surely she would know what was going on. Perhaps she could even help. At the very least, I could give her a piece of my mind for selling me a possessed piano. Either way, I would feel better. The drive was a blur. My mind was in such dire straits that I drove on autopilot the whole way there. In seemingly no time at all, I found myself smack dab in front of Margaret's house, desperate and troubled. I knew it was late, but I didn't care. I had nowhere else to go. I couldn't call the cops or tell a friend. No one would believe me. Even if they did, what could they do to help? Out of luck and out of options, I walked up the stone path to Margaret's door. Just as I was about to walk up to her door and knock, something happened. My march was impeded. The dark figure from my house appeared directly in front of me, keeping me from reaching Margaret's door. I backed up a bit, confused and frightened, but the figure did not follow. I ran back to my car to make a getaway, but the figure remained at Margaret's door. Perplexed, I walked back up the stone path. In reaching the figure once again, I examined it. It was still, just as it was in my house before springing to life. Keeping that in mind, I treaded lightly. I reached around the figure slowly to knock on the door, but I was stopped. The figure came to life once again and grabbed my arm with its skeletal hand. I tried to run, but it had such a tight grip on me that I couldn't move. Not only this, but I could feel its presence anchoring me to the ground. I can't explain it, but even without its hand, this thing had its hooks in me. I cowered before the figure, and it leaned over me, almost as if to say, "Leave this place." It then vanished into thin air, right before my eyes. I gained some composure, ran to my car, and quickly left Margaret's house. I spent the whole ride home thinking about what had happened. It would seem as though the piano would not let me return to Margaret's house. I was its owner, and that is the way it would stay until I gifted it to someone else. The only issue with this theory is that I could not do that to someone, even a complete stranger. The problem was mine to deal with, and mine alone. I would have to discover a different method to ease my woes. I arrived home shortly thereafter and reluctantly opened the front door to my house. Everything appeared normal for the moment. I took advantage of this and headed up to my room. I locked the door behind me, not that it would help, and threw myself into the mess of blankets and pillows that was my bed. The song started up again. I continued to lie down, sick of the repetition. I felt the house shake, but I remained unmoved. It wasn't until a banging at my bedroom door began that I started fearing for my life again. It started off quiet, but soon grew louder. I jumped out of my bed and started pushing my dresser towards the door. A blockade was the only solution I could come up with. After placing the dresser in front of the door, I rushed back to bed. Inspecting the door while the banging continued, I realized that both the door and the dresser were moving. It was slight but noticeable. Before I knew it, the dresser toppled over to the floor, spilling its contents as it did. Safety was too much to ask for, it seemed. I covered myself in a blanket, attempting to tune out the ruckus around me. The banging persisted, but I chose to focus instead on the song. For the first time, I allowed myself to properly listen to it. Upon doing so, I was pleasantly surprised. It was beautiful, dark and sullen, but beautiful. The clash of ivory keys, coupled with a storming melody, soothed me. It soothed me to the point that I could no longer hear the banging at my door or feel the shaking of the house. It's almost weird to say, but I was at peace. Relaxed, I drifted away with the song, seamlessly entering a state of sleep. While in this musical slumber, I dreamt. The dream world I found myself in was different from that of my usual dreamscapes. It was intensely vivid and ambient. Hard to describe, really. Words like surreal and otherworldly just don't cut it. The awareness I had is also difficult to explicate. Lucidity is too small a concept. This feeling required more explanation than that. I was completely aware of my surroundings in the sense that I could feel everything about it. I know that doesn't make much sense, but it's the only description I have to offer. Relying on sight to truly understand where I was, I became aware of the fact that I was in a forest. It was very dense, but I could make out a clearing up ahead. Instead of walking to it, I felt myself floating forward. Knowing it was a dream, I neither questioned this nor tried to fight it. I found that fighting narratives in dreams usually led to an early awakening, and I did not want to wake up to find a dark figure looming over my bed or anything like that. I eventually reached the clearing. It was some sort of meadow. In its center was a tree, a very large red tree. All at once, I knew where I was. I could feel it too. This was the blood tree. This was the precursor to my piano, the building blocks of a haunting in the form of a plant. Just as I took in the sight of the tree, a person stepped out from behind it. He walked over to me as I watched. It was a Native American. I'd never seen one in real life, but I could still tell. He didn't look exactly like the ones portrayed in documentaries, but he wasn't all that dissimilar either. He was most certainly a Native American. I was sure of it. He didn't speak. He simply pointed at the tree. That is when the piano began leaking into my dream. I could hear the song playing from downstairs as glowing lines ran up and down the tree. It was amazing, for lack of a better word. The Native American then walked back over to the tree and put his hand on it. He motioned for me to come over and do the same. Confused and awestruck, I obliged. In placing my hand on the blood tree, I felt its bark. It was a remarkably lifelike feeling, especially considering I was in a dream. I also felt the glowing lines racing past my skin. It was an incredible sensation. I looked over at my new friend and noticed that his eyes were closed. He was in some sort of trance. Bewildered, I decided I should do the same, and so I did. With my eyes shut, I was greeted by visions of the tree's early life and purpose. They were visions of sight as well as emotion. I could feel everything that these people felt as they worshipped this ancient plant. It was breathtaking. The tree wasn't always red. It used to be of a normal color. The red is none other than blood. But there weren't any sacrifices made here. Nothing like that. Willing Native Americans came up to the tree every year, sliced their hands open, and placed them on the tree. Their blood then dripped down its exterior. The glowing lines must have been the blood of each individual, lifelines, if you will. These people were celebrating life and trying to become one with nature. This tree was the anchor that kept their community together, that kept their family from falling apart. This is where they would play music, laugh, dance, and enjoy each other's company. This is where they would enjoy life. They were free from judgment and the worries of day-to-day stress. They were at peace in this one spot and this one tree. My visions eventually led me to the burying of their dead. This too was done at the tree. Every native in this group was buried under the blood tree. One of the elders would then play a song on a small ocarina-like instrument. I recognized it right away. It was the song that the piano had been playing every night. It was their song of death. Abruptly, I snapped out of the trance I was in and found myself back at the tree. My friend was now sitting on the ground next to me, back against the bark. He had the instrument from my vision in his hand and began playing the song of death. I listened intently, but he would not finish. Instead, he handed it to me, motioning for me to play. I hesitantly accepted the invitation. I managed to get the hang of the potato-shaped ocarina rather quickly, as it was a simple instrument. As such, I began playing the song. The strangest thing happened when I did. The tree began wilting. Its bark changed from red to black, and its leaves started falling. I stopped playing, but the Native American motioned with his hands for me to keep going, and so I continued. I kept playing the song, and the tree kept wilting. My friend was ecstatic. Somehow, this is what he wanted, but I didn't know why. You know how something in a dream can be so perplexing, and it isn't until you finally wake up that you truly divulge its meaning? That is what happened here. Before the tree could fully perish, I woke up in my bed at home. I was consumed by an instant revelation. Margaret's grandfather had taken away these people's headstone. More than that, he took away their connection to nature, as well as with one another. The tree and its spirits needed to be put to rest once and for all, and there was only one way to do this. I needed to play the Song of Their Dead on the piano the whole way through without interruption. I can't explain how I came to know this. The culmination of emotions I felt in the dream, joy, tranquility, confusion, sadness, they all seemed to point me in this direction. I know it doesn't make any sense, but to me, it did. I got out of bed shortly after coming to this realization and walked over to my bedroom door. There was no banging, no song, no nothing. The world seemed to be frozen again. A perfect opportunity to venture downstairs to the piano. I opened the door and walked at a normal pace to my destination, so as to not disrupt anything or break the illusion, so to speak. I calmly made my way to the piano and sat down. I placed my hands on the keys and began playing. I knew the song by heart now, having heard it so many times. Not only that, but the piano itself seemed to be guiding my hands across the keys. As I played, the world around me ceased to remain still. The house began shaking violently, knocking frames and furniture all over the place. Still, I continued playing. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the dark figure standing outside of my window. This made me a bit uneasy, but I couldn't stop for anything. I kept playing. I knew not the outcome of this nightly adventure, but I knew that I had an obligation to persevere, if not for the tree or its ghosts, then for myself. I needed this nightmare to end. The dark figure kept disappearing and reappearing at odd locations in the room. Sometimes I'd see it right next to me. Other times I could feel it breathing down my neck. I paid no attention, despite my fear. I wouldn't let it ruin my chance at putting this haunting to rest. Not when I'd come so far. Just as the shadowy figure appeared, sitting next to me at the piano, and just as I felt the house stop to shake, I hit the final note of the song. How it felt can't be described in words. Cathartic is a good attempt, but nowhere near as alleviating as it actually felt. It was like a huge weight was lifted, not only off of my shoulders, but off of the shoulders of many others too. It was an indescribable experience. Basking in elation, I turned my head and noticed that the dark figure was still sitting next to me. It didn't look the same, however. The swirling vortex of darkness surrounding it was gone. It now seemed to be nothing more than a cloaked man. He slowly reached up and pulled the hood down from his head as I watched. It was my friend, the Native American from my dream. But how? Before I could bombard the man with any questions I might have had, he looked at me and smiled before vanishing. It has been many months since I was haunted by the piano, and I haven't heard a peep out of it since. It's still sitting in my living room, and I do play it from time to time. It is my best guess that the theory worked. I somehow had a hand in laying the tree as well as many spirits to rest. The whole ordeal still begs the question though. Who was the cloaked man? Was he some form of death who wanted the souls of countless Native Americans put to rest? Or was he a Native American himself, one of the many spirits trying to cross over to the other side? Either way, my perception of the supernatural and paranormal has been completely reversed. How could it not, after what I've been through? I've come to another conclusion as well. For as long as I live, I will never buy another piano off of Craigslist ever again.
Hey folks, I'm Joe Biden. I'd like to ask you to join my campaign. As I've said, time.
She fell in love with the cottage as soon as she'd seen it. We'd driven for an hour and, at first, my wife had been the most unsure of us both. But once we were standing in front of it, she was sold. It was a sultry summer's day, the sky above blue and as deep as the ocean. A sea of white petaled flowers populated the grassy field, and there we were, both of us, just two little dots among the lilies, looking across the place we would call home. The cottage was perfect. While I'd grown up in the city, I'd always pined for somewhere less hectic, a place with trees and rolling fields. Suzanne wanted to stay near her friends and family. I could understand that, but I hoped that soon we'd have kids. When that happened, I dearly wanted to bring them up in the countryside. But I believed I'd have an uphill battle to persuade my wife that moving was the right decision. "Pay whatever they ask," Suzanne had said, smiling at the red cottage, its flaking white window frames, black slated roof, and oak door, all from another era. It was a place of sanctuary from the modern world, sitting on its own among the fields at the end of a diminutive path, barely big enough for my car. I was shocked by how Suzanne had fallen for the cottage. I had visited once myself before that day, and I knew it would be perfect to write from, staring out from the attic window across the glorious fields. But Suzanne had always been a city proud, and yet there she was, her red hair and ruby lips beaming towards me in happiness that I'd found the place, our place. We moved in 3 weeks later, and for the first month, I would say that it's the closest the two of us have ever come to bliss. We busied ourselves decorating and moving our things. Suzanne often sat looking out to the field in front of the house, a million lilies in bloom, their long stems and white flowers waving in the breeze. It was idyllic. A few weeks later, two things occurred which I now know were omens of what was to come, a veiled threat. One morning, I was up in the attic, arranging my desk by the window, when I felt something peculiar. The sense of being stared at. I happened to look out, and I was right. There, in the lily field, stood a man. It was a hot summer's morning, and yet he was dressed strangely, in what I can only describe as old clothes, a fashion from another time, with long white shirt sleeves which looked as though they had been covered in soil, and black trousers of a bygone era. I assumed that he'd been working in the farmer's field somewhere in the area. But that didn't explain his intense gaze. While he was too far away for me to say much about his features, it was clear that he was staring at the house. Though now, instead of looking at the window where I stood, his uneasy attention seemed to be aimed beneath me. I climbed down from the attic and then descended the stairs to the ground floor to tell Suzanne about the strange man in the field. But when I did so, he was gone. Suzanne didn't say much of anything to me. She just let out a sigh of acknowledgement and continued to stare out at the lilies. The next night, I awoke to Suzanne, sitting in her bed. Her sweat-drenched skin glistened in the moonlight, her chest moving in and out with a panting breath. Her eyes were open, trained on the end of the bed. I looked there for a moment and saw nothing. I'm not sure why I did that. Perhaps deep down I knew that we were not alone. I slowly lay Suzanne back down. "It's okay, Susie. It's just a bad dream," I said. She did not respond at first, the whites of her eyes wide and pronounced as she stared upward vacantly. But then the words came out of her mouth. "Dreams are hell for the living." She then closed her eyes, and within a few minutes, her breathing had calmed and she was sound asleep. I lay awake for a time after, those words never leaving my mind. Dreams are hell for the living. But in the morning, the sun came, and with it the comfort of living in the real world where all was well, concrete and obvious. Several weeks later, I had to leave for a couple of days to meet a publisher in London. She was interested in making a deal once my current one expired. It was a pretty big thing for me. I would hopefully set us up financially for many years to come. I didn't think that anything would be wrong when I returned. Susie had smiled and kissed me on the lips as I left, wishing me good luck. Even after 3 years of marriage, her beauty surprised me, held me in its trance. As I drove away, I counted myself lucky. The perfect wife, the perfect home, and perhaps now, the perfect career, if everything went well. Indeed, things did go well. I returned home 2 days later with a contract and a bottle of champagne ready to celebrate. It was a beautiful day, bright, bleaching sun on the road, and as I reached our red cottage in paradise, I was struck by the field of lilies opposite, how they shone brightly against the tall green grass, and, if it were possible, they were even whiter than before. When I pulled into the stone driveway, realizing quickly that something seemed off, the door to the cottage and all the old flaking windows were lying wide open to the summer air, and there was no sign of Suzanne. I walked in, holding the bottle of champagne in my hand in victory. I tried to smile, waiting to greet my wife with the good news. But there was a sinking feeling in my soul, and all I could think of was to find Susie and make sure she was okay. "Honey, I'm home," a little joke entrance I often made when returning from a trip. We both loved old black and white films, and we often laughed at how husbands seemed to announce their arrival loudly, an artifact of a bygone era. But there was no answer. Outside, I heard a bee buzzing around the flowers under the windowsill. Out there, life was abundant and in full bloom. But inside the house was as still as a grave. My heart raced as the sinking feeling took hold. I tried to recover from it as I moved up the staircase to the first floor. "Honey, are you here?" I said, quieter than before. How I wish those words hadn't been answered. But they were. A voice from our bedroom replied, "Yes, she is here." It was old, rasped, and unwelcoming. I rushed to the bedroom door, now brandishing the champagne as a weapon. But when the door opened, all I could see was Suzanne, sitting on the edge of her bed with her back to me, looking out through the window to the lilies in the field. "Suzanne?" I said. "Are you okay?" I approached slowly, reaching my hand out to her shoulder. But before I touched the silky white skin, a young woman's voice came from the other side of that beautiful head of red hair. "Alone at night, he came for me." I froze for a moment, and a strange thought ran through my mind. This is not my wife. I walked in front of her, half expecting to see a face I did not know. But no, it was Suzanne, her gaze transfixed by the window. "Susie," I said loudly, and with that she looked up at me. It was as if nothing strange had happened. She smiled lovingly, stood up, and threw her arms around me, kissing me. "So, how did it go?" "It went well. A 3-book deal," I said, still unsettled at the strange voices which had greeted me. She then walked off downstairs, taking me by the hand. We started getting dinner ready. I chopped all the veg. Suzanne prepared the steak. But nothing else was said. And when I broached the subject later and asked about the strange, old voice I heard from the room, she said she had no recollection of it and must have been sleepwalking after taking a nap. But what worried me the most was that she seemed unfazed by the lack of memory. Like it was to be expected. 3 nights later, I realized how quickly things were escalating. I woke in the night to an empty bed. The dark clouds outside blotted any moonlight from the sky, and the world around me felt cold, like a rotten body covered by a shroud, outlining its end. "Susie?" I said, slowly wiping the sleep away from my eyes. But she was not there. The room lay cold and empty, like an unoccupied tomb. Then, I heard the front door downstairs moving in the breeze, gently rattling against the wall. It was open, and I knew then that Suzanne had wandered out into the dark, alone and probably unaware. I quickly pulled on some clothes, ready to run downstairs and into the world below. But as I passed the window in our bedroom, something caught my eye. A grey outline in the field opposite our house. My eyes struggled with a lack of sight, but there was no doubt. Susie was standing among the lilies, still, her white nightgown blurred by the starless sky. In just a few steps, I was out of the room, down the stairs, and through the open front door. The gravel crunched beneath my feet as I ran down the driveway. With each footfall, I was getting nearer the road and then to the field of lilies. But the sound of my chase brought a realization into my mind. There was no other sound to speak of. No crickets chirping in the night, or things scurrying in the undergrowth. It was as if the entire scene had been caught on canvas, a reflection of something which was once alive, now only a shadow of life. As I approached the road, I could see Susie standing there among the flowers. They reached up, motionless, brushing against the waist, entangled by the long grass. "Susie!" I shouted as I rushed between the lilies. But she did not respond. obviously still caught in the trance of a dream. A trickle of red made its way from her shoulder, across her white, milky arm, dropping to the ground from her fingers. "My God, Susie, you're hurt!" I stepped forward to hold her and make sure she was okay. But that was when I heard the voice. "You shouldn't be here." And I recognized it immediately. I turned to see Suzanne standing behind me. A horrid chill ran up my neck. I spun around to see the woman I had believed to be my wife, wandering away through the lilies, kneeling down, then disappearing into the darkness of the night, obscured by the grass and flowers. I rushed forward, but could see no one there on the ground. Who was that?" I asked Suzanne, nervously poking through my otherwise steady voice. "Dreams are hell for the living," Susie said. But this time her voice seemed aged and warped. She then turned around and started walking back to the cottage. I followed quickly, but never for a moment taking my eyes away from the lily field behind. On reaching the front door of the cottage, I looked back once more, only to see the field empty. But in that void of night, as a breeze came in to gently shake the lilies and grass, I knew we were not alone. Someone was staring at us from the darkness, and in my mind, for the briefest moment, I thought I saw the man, covered in soil, as I had done before. Whether it was only a shadow brought forth by the wearied mind, I do not know. The next day, Suzanne had no recollection of what had happened. She had gone back to sleep and, in the morning, seemed none the worse for her nocturnal wanderings, except that she complained of feeling very tired, almost drained. I told her about what had happened, but again what disturbed me was that she seemed so dismissive of it. It wasn't that she didn't believe me, it was as if she didn't care. "Don't worry, dear, everything's fine." That was the response she gave me, but in her eyes, I saw something else, a distance growing between us. More importantly, between her and the world. She wasn't concerned about the woman in the field, nor was she concerned that she could have been hurt sleepwalking. She didn't seem concerned at all. The next night, I couldn't sleep. The air was stifling, and the heat from the day's sun had been locked in by the blackened clouds above. In a way, I was thankful for the lack of rest, as it allowed me to catch Suzanne as she tried to leave the room once more. I gently guided her back into bed, and when she lay down, she looked at me, her pupils wide, adjusting to the lack of light. She opened her mouth and snipped in that growled voice. "You're a bothersome one, aren't you?" "Suzanne, please, just go back to sleep," I said, trying to hide my apprehension at the voice. And in the same rasping tone, she muttered, "I'll be dealing with you." 2 more nights passed, and I was becoming exhausted. I had to get some sleep, but I feared for Susie's safety if I didn't. And so, I took some precautions. I stole her key to the house from her bag and kept it in my nightstand. At least that way, she'd be stuck inside the house when sleepwalking. I wasn't prepared for the response. I woke during the night to a pounding sound, a muffled, hard, repetitive knocking. Rising slowly, I saw that the bed was empty. I knew the noise must have been Suzanne, but I was hesitant at first. The thought of the woman in the lily field still haunted me. But while I worried that a stranger could be in my home, my priority was making sure my wife was safe. Slowly descending the stairs, I flipped on an old light switch and could see Suzanne standing at the front door, the light from the staircase cascading forward, breaking the darkness below. She was just standing there, rhythmically banging her head against the wood of the door. "Susie, stop that!" I cried out. She did as I asked and slowly turned to face me. I recoiled in horror. It wasn't Suzanne, but the woman in the field. I stumbled backwards as she walked slowly towards me. Blood trickled down her arm, and she walked with a strange gait, a staggered, disjointed motion. Her face was as pale as snow. "Get out of my house!" I yelled, stumbling backwards and whacking my back against the stairs. She came forward, one pale foot in front of the other, and began to climb the stairs, her white-eyed stare never leaving me. I was terrified, and, looking upon her, filled me with dread. As I tried to pull myself up, the woman crouched and leaned over me as I lay there, her long, red hair dangling, touching my face, her hands either side of me on the steps, her body pressed against me forcefully. "She's with us, between the lilies," she said, staring at me. Then, nothing. The woman just remained frozen, her mouth lying open, and her eyes glazed over. I touched her hand next to my face. It was icy cold. I was staring into the eyes of something vacant, empty, a shell. An unseen breath then seeped out of her open mouth, sounding not unlike gas hissing quietly. Her head slowly bowed, as if her neck would no longer support it. Then, her body went limp, and she collapsed. Her icy body lay on top of me, and although my first instinct was to violently push her to the side and search for my wife, I knew I did not have to look far. The warm, loving fragrance from Suzanne's hair vanquished my fear. Gently, I pushed the red hair from the side of the woman's face, but all I could see were my wife's beautiful features, asleep and tranquil. I carried Suzanne to bed and lay her there. Switching on a small lamp, I pulled an armchair next to her and watched as her long, deep breaths continued until morning. When she woke, she smiled, and again dismissed the entire hideous night as a combination of simple sleepwalking and a lack of rest on my part, in terms of believing she was someone else momentarily. But I was not having that as an explanation. Call me superstitious, but I've always believed in something out there in the vastness of the world, unseen forces if you will. And while I'd never encountered the supernatural before, I was certain that that was exactly what we were facing. I was also certain that it wasn't the house exactly, but the lily field, which seemed to be the epicenter of the phenomenon, the source which called to my wife. My mind went back to the man I'd seen in the field. Somehow, I felt he was the curse, whether spectral or human. I therefore tried to remedy the situation. I said we should move. But the first time I suggested it, Suzanne just laughed it off and said she was happy at the cottage. "Oh dear, honestly, this is all in your head," she said. "Whether it is or not, I'm not happy here, and we always said if one of us didn't like it, we'd move," I replied, trying to be as diplomatic as possible. Then, her voice changed slightly. It was hers, but not hers, as if two different personalities had momentarily mixed. "You should leave," the somber voice said. I knew at that moment that the strange nightly occurrences had crossed the boundary. They had made it to the daytime. In my mind, that only meant that the influence was growing stronger, and my wife was slowly being consumed by something evil. There was no persuading her. As the days wore on, it felt as though she was growing more distant, sometimes not answering my questions at all. She was fixated, staring out at the lilies, and then at night, I would have to stop her from leaving the house in her sleep. I phoned a doctor, but when she arrived to look at Suzanne, she thought there was nothing wrong, and no wonder. My wife suddenly came to life as the doctor arrived, appearing completely healthy and sound of mind. But when the doctor left, Suzanne smiled at me, but not with kindness, not with her usual love. It had been replaced, usurped by menace and malice in equal measure. I began to grow desperate. I felt I was losing her, losing the woman I loved more than life to something out there, something uncanny. That's when I decided to really take matters into my own hands. I felt terrible doing it, but I crushed up some sleeping pills and put them in Suzanne's tea. Once she was sound asleep, I gently lay her on our bed, kissed her head, and left. I drove as quickly as I could, and within 30 minutes I was at Windham Town Hall. There, I gained access to the town records, specifically looking for any information I could find about the cottage and that damned field which lay nearby. Perhaps the history of the place could provide some explanation, and maybe even a cure. Sitting there in the old, musty records office, surrounded by stacks of yellowing papers, I eventually found what I was looking for. In some way, there was relief. To find a reason for my wife's affliction, and that it came from the field. And to hope that if I took her to somewhere new, she would recover. But as I read on, the horror of what I was up against made itself known. I found little about the cottage itself, but in some old newspaper clippings from 1894, the mystery was revealed. At that time, Windham and the surrounding countryside was caught in fear, a panic which was not easily forgotten. Several young women had gone missing, and the local police, initially explaining the disappearance as runaways, finally had to admit the possibility that there was a killer in the midst. That someone in or near the town was a brutal murderer. The disappearances continued for nearly 5 years, the police never turning up a suspect, until suddenly the kidnapping stopped. But just as I was about to move on to another batch of files, something caught my eye. It was a newspaper clipping from 1899, when the killings ceased. Apparently, the Windham Herald received an anonymous letter at the time, which read, to whom it may concern. I recently discovered that a loved one is the man you have labelled the Windham Snatcher. While I cannot reveal his identity for fear of shaming my family, I wish to convey my sincerest, heartfelt thoughts for those taken and murdered by him. I have done something terrible, but there was no option left to me. I have killed him in his sleep and buried his body with those of his victims. All I can hope is that there his soul will pay for his crimes, and that all those poor women can rest knowing justice has been done. He will never again terrorize the people of Windham, but for me, his memory holds a twisted pull. At night, I hear the whispers. There is no going back. There is no coming back. Dreams are hell for the living. Sincerely, A. At once, it all made sense to me. I rushed out of the town hall and into my car. As I raced along the country roads outside the town towards my home, the skies dimmed above. I had to get there as quickly as possible, and hopefully, if Suzanne was still under the effects of the sleeping pills, put her in the car and drive her away from the place, never to return. Turning onto the single track road which led to the cottage, the last wisps of daylight gave up their claim and relented to the dark. When I drove into our driveway, my heart raced at what I saw. The downstairs window at the front of the house was smashed, and along the broken shards of glass, which stuck upward from the bottom of the frame, blood dripped to the ground below. What terrified me most was not that Suzanne was obviously gone from the cottage, but that the glass has smashed inwards. Someone had entered the house first. Terror, fear, panic, call it what you may, but they all came to roost in my soul. "Suzanne!" I screamed in desperation, but there was no answer. The night was still, and as I had noticed before, not a sound could be heard. No crickets, no rustling of leaves, nothing. I did not need to check the house, because I knew where my wife must have gone. I turned slowly to look across the road. The stones in the driveway crunched under my feet as I neared the lily field. There, in the darkness, I could see her, wandering between the stems which seemed higher than before somehow, their white flowers reaching above her waist, brushing against the white nightgown. Without thinking, I rushed across the road and through the sea of flowers towards my wife. But as I neared, confusion took me. There was another woman in the field further on, a few more to the sides, and as I turned around, I could see more, pallid, lifeless, and blocking the way I had come. How many there were, I could not tell. 20, 30 maybe. I had no idea which one was Suzanne, their empty expressions seemingly robbing each of them of their personality. I then realized that they were moving, seamlessly as one, towards the heart of the field. And as I too moved forward, I could see what they were drawn to. A tall figure stood there, a man, his face covered by night, his clothes old and covered in soil. I could feel his gaze seeping into me. He was calling all of them to him, his victims, their bodies somewhere beneath the lily field, intertwined with his own. Those poor shadows of emptiness, all that remained. How often had they been called by their master? How many times had they risen to meet him? only to be drained further to sustain his spectral form. They shuffled onward, like moths to a flame. I had to find my wife before she became the Windarm Snatcher's latest victim. We had to get the hell out of there. I ran ahead to the first woman I'd seen, but she was not my wife. Her hair black against her ghostly skin. Another, then another. Each time I was presented with a different face, but they all had the same expression, wide-eyed and vacant. Closer, they drew to the man in the field, that snatcher of life. I confronted another of the women, shouting my wife's name as loud as I could. I had finally found my Susie. I barely recognized her. She looked so drawn, so pale, so ill. Looking into her wide, open eyes, it was as if she were almost empty. The flame of the woman I loved nearly extinguished. Seeing Suzanne that way, how the evil presence in that place had tried to take her from me, I grew angry. "You won't have her," I screamed. I tried to lift Suzanne up onto my shoulders, but as soon as I touched her, she began to cry out. "Help me!" she screamed, kicking her legs and clawing at my face. I wrapped my arms around her and began dragging her through the lilies, the flowers snapping up as we moved. It was at that moment that I looked up. The place was silent, and yet the pale figures in the field were still there. They had turned towards me, each wearing the same vacant look on their face. Slowly, they began to move, shuffling through the tall grass and flowers towards me with that unearthly gait. All the while, the shadowy figure of their master watching from a distance. "No, leave us alone," I yelled. But I wasn't fast enough. They closed in, and Suzanne looked up at me as I tried to pull her as quickly as I could through the undergrowth. In that old, rasping voice, which I now knew was the voice of the man, she spoke. "She belongs to us, between the lilies." A hand then grabbed my neck from behind, another pulling at my arm, then another scratched at my face, nails dragging down into my skin. I fell to the ground, blood trickling to my eyes as my wife was torn from me. "Susie," I said, half dazed. She turned her back to me, and hand in hand with the other women of the field, she walked towards the twisted puppet master at the heart of it, leaving me alone in the tall grass. I knew there and then I only had one chance to put an end to that madness, to save Susie and myself from being consumed by the place. Staggering, I made my way as fast as I could away from the field to the cottage. In a small shed out back, I found what I needed. When I returned to the field, what I saw terrified me more than any sight I'd ever beheld. Standing around the heart of the field, the pale figures joined hand in hand, forming a large circle, and at its center, Susie approached the soil-covered figure, the cause of this tragedy. I quickly set to work as the snatcher wrapped his hands around Susie's slender neck. I would rather watch that place burn than allow him to touch my wife again. Opening the petrol can I'd taken from the shed, I ducked out of sight beneath the tall grass and began pouring. There was enough, just. As I poured the fuel in a circle around the women of the field and their master, suddenly I heard a shriek, a thick, accusatory sound, like broken stones. but it was a voice. This time, coming from him. The one who had blighted that place with his hatred a century before. The one who had taken so many from their families, now arisen again to add Susie to his coven of lost souls. He had seen me. The women turned from their circle as their master yelled, his hands still firmly around Suzanne's neck as he began to choke her. The pallid, white figures moved silently through the lilies towards me. I quickly opened a box of matches and struck, lighting one of them. But as I thrust the flame towards the petrol-sodden ground, a hand burst upward through the dirt. It was a woman's, grey and rotten, and its flaking fingers wrapped around my wrist. I dropped the match, and like a beacon of hope, a circle of fire rose around them all. The killer, the lost souls, and poor Suzanne. I clawed at the putrid hand which held my wrist, pulling it towards the fire. Touched by the flame, it released me, and that was when I made my move. I leapt through the flames and headed straight for the center of the circle. There he was, his hands around my Susie's neck. Worms crawled across the skin as bone and rotten muscle protruded from his face. Dirt and soil festered where once there were eyes. "She's mine," he seethed through decayed teeth. Charging at him, I was able to break his hold. Screams rose to a crescendo around me as smoke and flame closed in. Where am I?" Susie said, confused from the ground. As the flames grew higher and the heat unbearable, I lifted my wife onto my shoulders and darted towards where the ring of fire seemed weakest. As we fled, nothing evil could pass through it. I did not look back until we reached the cottage. We both stood there, peering out from the broken window towards the field as the fire turned to soot, charcoal and dust. It's been 3 weeks since that night. After the fire, I informed the local police that I believed the field was the resting place of over 30 women who had disappeared nearly a century ago. A small excavation was carried out, and indeed, the bodies were found. Each a victim of the man they called the Windarm Snatcher. Who he was, no one has been able to tell so far, but his body was found. That is the only detail which truly perplexed the police, though it did not surprise me at all. The corpse was not found beneath the earth and dirt, but instead lying lifeless in the middle of the now cremated field of flowers. Suzanne has little memory of what took place. She seems back to her old self for the most part, but occasionally I find her sitting almost motionless, her gaze distant, as if she is contemplating something important. What? I do not know. As for me, I'm fine. You may find this surprising, but we're back at the cottage right now as I write this. I felt as though whatever evil resided here is now gone. And Suzanne seemed very happy when I suggested that we give it another go. What surprises me most as I type this is the field opposite. How the lilies have returned more vibrant than ever. Yes, I would say all in all, we are as happy as we've ever been. Except for the odd dream or two. I have such visions here. Strange shapes moving in the night. They frighten me. But I think I will go to them, just for a while. I will go. There is no going back. There is no coming back. Dreams are hell for the living.
A conference room. A classroom.
It was a shock to hear the stores that housed my childhood dreams were closing down. For me, the jingle that played in the Toys R Us ads every Christmas season was what signified the start of the holidays. It was a shame to see these stores reduced to a recreation of a constant Black Friday sale due to the liquidation prices. A rush of adults, either fishing for cheap treats for their little ones, or people hoping to get one last shot of nostalgia before they were gone for good. I was one of the latter shoppers. I picked up a cheap little set of Pokemon figurines. Useless, but in the hype, I felt compelled to get something as memorabilia. Slowly, they all started closing their doors for good. When I travelled to the city, it was weird seeing the remaining husks that used to be so colourful. I'd occasionally drive past my town's big shopping complex and see the abandoned toy stores there too. Eventually, the hype of the situation died down and life returned to normal. It was out of the tips of people's tongues, and the last of the stores that remained open for as long as possible fell in silence. It was sad to see them finally gone. Or so I thought. I figured they all closed in staggered intervals, the least profitable stores closing the soonest, and the most profitable used to liquidate as much stock as possible. There was one Toys R Us that sat in a smaller shopping district in the outskirts of my town that had its lights on very late into the administration process. At first, I silently cheered it on, hoping it would be the last to go. However, as time went on, this jeer turned into a strange feeling of betrayal. They had no bailout or a buyer, so eventually all the stores should have closed down. So it confused me as to why this one never shut down. I started feeling manipulated, thinking the company had feigned closing down to drive more sales, only to keep their most profitable stores open and feed off that nostalgia in the death throes of their brand. A shady business practice in my eyes. This idea fell flat when I brought it up to my friends in passing, and they all looked at me funny and mocked me for suggesting they were still open. A little insulted, when home, I decided to go online to back my findings up before confronting them again to save face for what I thought was their blunder. I googled the official website, and what I found left me with much more questions than it did answers. The website clearly stated that all stores officially closed as of April 28th, 2018. All stores. All. Now, I had an anomaly in my head. If all the stores were officially closed, then how was I driving past a perfectly open Toys R Us every so often in my town? This drove my curiosity to all new levels. I decided to scope it out a bit more when I passed it, rather than the quick glance I gave it if traffic happened to stop. In my head, I theorized many ideas for both arguments. Maybe it was a knockoff store, like how you get Pizza Hat that tries to emulate Pizza Hut style, intentionally misspelled in a minor way to avoid a lawsuit. Or maybe I coincidentally lived in the town where Toys R Us started, and the original store stood separate from the franchises that fell. I pulled over at a distance and immediately chastised myself for thinking this one stayed open because it was profitable. No other store in the complex was open either, most likely the larger complex forcing stores here to move or close. The lights were on and it looked to be open. I stared at the sign, studying it for any kind of discrepancy. Though the sign looked perfectly legitimate, the spelling on point and the colours looking accurate, something felt off about it. Nothing visual. However, I had a strange unease when staring at the sign, possibly onset by its anomalous existence. My small belief of it being a bootleg store being shattered in my stillness. I stared a little further, inspecting what I could through the window from the far distance I was parked. From what I could see, it was stocked with toys, all displayed in a manner that looked like it was kept up to date. The items I could see were all name brand, each finding adding to my curiosity and my confusion. I originally didn't plan on going inside as it was late. However, by this point, I was overwhelmed by a desire to answer some of the many questions that piled in my mind. I waddled my way over, hesitation coursing through every step I took. I slowly tried the doors, which gave way, signifying that it was open. Walking the aisles, there was an air of stillness. Though the shelves were stocked full and looked amazingly managed, they appeared untouched. There were no other footsteps in the building, and everything gave a chilling feeling of emptiness. It was this emptiness that reinforced to me that this was why Toys R Us closed down, the dwindling shopping base they had all but disappearing. The scene I was in was a perfect analogy of the death of the franchise. With that conclusion, I left, feeling content at my adventure, and because of that, I eventually stopped caring. Many months later, something new was consuming my thoughts. The release of the newest Super Smash Bros. Game, set to release on the 7th of December 2018, a game series I long since kept up with. The problem was that I knew others felt the same way about this game series. This meant it would be sold out immediately in my town, as my town had a scarce amount of game stores. Limited shops meant limited supplies, and limited supplies meant scalpers were rampant in my area. Sure, I could have bought it from the eShop. However, it always seemed to cost more there, and I persistently collected physicals of all my games. I liked having something to show for my hard-earned money. It was when I was trying to think of a solution that the strange Toys R Us I found popped into my mind. It was always stocked, yet people never thought to look for it. From my drives, I would still see it open, so in my head, I felt there was a chance. I could try for a midnight release at my local game store and risk being beaten by the many others with the same idea, or I could chance it at the Toys R Us the next day. Out of sheer curiosity, I decided to go with the latter. The worst case scenario, I would have a story to tell. The awaited day came, and I made my way casually to the store. Though I expected it at this point, I was still pleasantly surprised to see it was open and accessible. They even had displays advertising the release of Smash, showing that somehow the store was kept up. In the front of the store was a full shelf of the game. I picked one up, and to my surprise, it was shrink-wrapped, indicating that the game was already inside. Usually, stores that sold games never did this in order to prevent shoplifting. Most stores had dummies or displayed the empty cases. I made my way to the register and waited, case in hand. I waited, and I waited, and I waited. I nervously looked around. However, I soon picked up that no one was coming to my aid. A small thought shot through the back of my head. It would be so easy to walk out with the game. Some darker parts of my head justified it as their fault for not serving me, their customer, which they should be catering for. However, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Some part of me already feeling guilty for even contemplating the idea of stealing a full-priced new release game. I leant over, grabbed the scanner, and scanned the box. The price showed up to what I expected for a brand new game. I roughly knew how to operate the till from a bit of experience and from watching other cashiers. I got the card machine to work, paid, then left. I was nervous, so I walked fast, feeling weird for doing all that, even though I felt what I did was legit. In fact, I left so fast, I'd forgotten to take a selfie of myself with the game in front of a fully functioning Toys R Us, something I felt people would have went crazy over online. I got home, and a new worry came over me. Whether the game would work. I now had a new anxiety swimming through me, that the place was somehow a prank or a scam. It all seemed too good to be true, and getting the money for a full-price game was not an easy thing for me at my age. I hesitantly popped it into my Nintendo Switch, and all my anxiety washed away when I saw the game working perfectly. I was so excited and actually managing to play a big release game so close to the release date without having to camp outside the game store or pay a scalper an extortionate amount. It wasn't long until I was getting bombarded by messages from friends who saw me online somehow playing Smash. They were all asking how I got the game. In reality, put forward more colourfully like, "Who'd you suck off to get that?" All of which I ignored. When I did answer, I'd just say, "Toys R Us," which they'd heckle me for, taking it as a joke. I laughed inside, knowing that they rejected the answer right in front of their face. I did plan on telling them properly at some point, but later, I thought. For now, it was time for Smash. It didn't take long the next day for the banter to turn into genuine anger and even loathsome jealousy. My friends were getting frustrated that they couldn't play the game, and I empathized at this, knowing the pain myself from past experiences with it. I decided to invite them around and tell them of my amazing secret in person. I felt it would be much easier to explain in person so they could see I was serious. After a good night of playing Smash, destroying everyone with my Ridley, knowing I had the most experience with a brand new character, I got to explaining my adventure. I told them everything, which they shot back with a mix of reactions. Some were disbelieving. Understandable, as it did sound like a tall tale. Others didn't feel comfortable at the idea, picking up on the unsettling vibes I felt about the place. However, one friend, Brian, was ecstatic. When the evening calmed down, he expressed interest in going himself. At first, I was excited that someone else was going to relish in the secret with me. However, as a precaution, I told him to be careful. This wasn't because of its remote location or any kind of external danger, but rather a possible issue with Brian. Out of all the friend group, he came from the more outgoing side of school. Though he liked nerdy things like the rest of our friends, he would also hang out with the kind of kids that got in trouble all around town. I loved having him around, but we knew the trouble he could bring up. My biggest fear was that he'd take advantage of the good nature of the store. He reacted that he picked up on my hint of warning and went on his way. Eventually, I was sat down, satisfied with how the evening went, when suddenly, my phone lit up. I started getting live messages from Brian. He sent messages of pictures of his journey. I recognized all the streets he posted and read about how excited he was. I was happy for him. He was probably the most enthusiastic about Smash out of the rest of us. Then I got one big update. It was a string of all caps messages about his surprise of actually seeing the Toys R Us open. His reaction could be likened to that of a kid that didn't believe in Santa, only to see him living and breathing, leaving presents on Christmas Eve. A low expectation shattered by an unbelievable reality. I interrupted his excitement with a probing question. I asked him how he was going to pay for it. I knew he was bad with money, and I asked it in such a way that didn't give him wiggle room to talk out of it. He didn't even try lie. He just replied that he wasn't. I was furious. Not only did I feel bad that he was going to take advantage of the store's open ethics, but I felt he was taking advantage of mine too. I also felt that a store that operated like that would have good security, so I tried to talk him out of it, to no avail. He was adamant on getting Smash, and he was adamant on getting it for free. He even got mad at my pressure, trying to deflect my concern that this was his choice and that I wouldn't get in trouble, so there shouldn't be a problem. Then he threw a victim-blaming response that it was their fault for leaving the store so open. I stopped messaging after that, feeling done with him at that point. The last message I got was a selfie of Brian holding a sealed copy of Smash outside of the store, followed by a text saying he was coming over to play more with me. I simply told him I didn't want any of this to be tracked back to me and told him to not come over. That was sort of a lie. I just didn't want to face him. Trying to take my mind off things, I just went back on Smash and tried to wash the salty taste out of my mouth with some playtime. The whole time concerned, he just ruined something great I found. After a few days, my friends were still without Smash. At this point, they said they were probably getting it for Christmas when the restocks were in. It was actually kind of sad knowing I was getting bored of it already, when all my friends were probably going to get a more fun social experience when they all played together. It felt like a cursed wish. I got the game I wanted, but no one to share it with. This made me remember Brian, and even though I was upset, I was curious of how he was doing with it. I texted him, to which I got no response. Brian was always hard to get a hold of at times. Then I started to think he was mad at me for being such a prude, so I tried to call, which the line died straight away, the sign that his phone was off. Brian was also terrible at charging his phone. I figured a game shouldn't come between a friendship, and that his personal moral decisions are his own to make. I packed up my Switch and controller and headed to his house, ready to reconcile over our shared love of the game. I got to the beaten-up door to his house, remnants of arguments with his mother splintered across the wood. I knocked a few times and patiently waited. Just as my patience was wearing thin, I heard the shuffles of slippers hastily scratching towards the door. I was taken back when the door swung open at a speed I wasn't expecting. Up in my face was a haggard-looking lady, almost unrecognizable as Brian's mother. She straight away exclaimed her son's name, before settling down, seeing it was only me, a look of dismay accompanying it. I knew it was futile, but to indirectly approach the subject, I asked if Brian was in. She said no, but knew I wanted answers, so she invited me inside, seeming happy for the company. Over a cup of tea, she explained that a few days ago, Brian came home in a panic. He was acting paranoid, looking around over his shoulder, despite being in his own house. He was constantly checking the windows, whilst also making sure all the curtains were drawn. One by one, he broke all the light bulbs after yelling at his mother too many times to keep the lights off. She was concerned, but whenever she'd pry, he'd snap at her every time. She simply did as he said, feeling he'd gotten into trouble with the wrong people again. Throughout the days he was home, she'd find him acting strange. He'd be huddled in a ball, shaking, muttering to himself strange lines, sometimes humming a familiar old commercial jingle, something from his childhood, she said. She figured it was a comfort thing. She tried to comfort him, however nothing was ever working. She'd be kept up by his screams through the night. She'd find him in paranoid rushes of strange behavior. This is why it was a shock when one night she had a full night's sleep. When she awoke, she realized Brian was nowhere to be found. I comforted her through her telling and gave her my deepest sympathies. I left, giving her a half-hearted promise to do what I could, and exited her house. I only had one idea: to go to the store. On my journey, my mind was spinning with possible ideas of what could have happened. Theories that the security found Brian's criminal record that he'd kept from his mother, and it was the last straw before he had to face hard jail time. Or maybe he bumped into some old friends that weren't happy that he stopped hanging out with them, or more accurately, stopped dealing for them. Ideas like these swam in my head until I pulled up to the store, and at the presence of the anomalous structure, my mind felt blank. I peered inside, still seeing it was open. Part of me was relieved to see it still up and running. There were new displays at the front, ready for Christmas. Some new toy I hadn't heard of. It looked a bit too young of a demographic for me. The stand with the copies of Smash was still there, with a few picked away. One notable empty spot on the top left, where I'd picked out the copy I bought. Against my pessimism, I entered, hoping to find someone to question about the whereabouts of Brian. I had low hopes that anyone was in there, considering how the first few visits went. However, because of this expectation, I was taken back when I saw another figure in the store with me. A clean-cut individual at the far end of the shop. He was wearing a security uniform, though he was standing in a terrible place if he wanted to actually catch any kind of shoplifters. As I approached, I slowed, instead choosing to study him rather than rush into conversation. He wasn't focusing on me at all, just blankly staring ahead in a hapless daze. His smile feeling odd, as when I studied his line of sight, there wasn't anything to be smiling about, just the corner of a plain shelf. He was displayed like the very products they sold here, a figurine propped up to look like a person. His hair was swept almost too cleanly to the side, not a single strand out of place. His face looked clean and smooth, looking like he was using makeup. If he was at my school and caught a bully's attention, he'd definitely be compared to the default Lego Man model. Maybe it was because of this that I didn't recognize that it was actually Brian. When I had my head-slapping realization, I called out to him in a jovial tone, feeling stupid for thinking he was in trouble. I wondered if he was embarrassed about cleaning up like this. I carried on, asking what he was doing. He replied with, "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" Sir? May? These words felt weird coming from his mouth, though I quickly changed my feelings to that of feelings of pride of his change, wanting to come in with a supportive tone. I carried on, telling him his mother was worried about him and that he should come home. I went on to try offer to mediate if he needed, in case they were arguing again. However, I was cut off when he said, "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" I froze this time, taken back by how eerily similar he'd said that to his previous iteration. I looked at him some more and realized he was still blankly staring ahead. He hadn't even acknowledged my existence, besides his robotic dialogue. If this is a joke, it's not funny. I'm sorry for making you feel bad the other day, but this has gone too far. Seriously, I'm taking you home. I sputtered out, in a serious tone I didn't know I could make. At this, his demeanor changed. Though his mouth was still cemented up into an infallible smile, his eyes told a different story. The windows to his feelings. They were glossed over, looking like they wanted to water. However, something strong within him was holding his feelings back. This force carried through his body as his neck twitched slightly, and his tone had changed to a feeling of struggle and spat out a different line. "Sorry, I have to attend to something around back. Please feel free to browse our store." As he finished saying this, he left. I could tell there was a dichotomy in his head that was trying to tear him in two different directions. This has been going on for about a week now, and I don't know what to do. I've been going in the store every day, and it's the same thing. He'll just offer help in a polite, yet robotic customer service way. However, if I push things a few times, he'd just excuse himself and go to the back where I can't get to him. Sometimes he'll wear the dead fish-eyed look, and sometimes I'll see a twinge of resistance, but only for a fleeting moment. I've tried calling the police, to no avail. They report to me that he's fine where he is and can't do anything without his consent. Apparently he tells them it's his choice to be there. They always comment how polite he is, something which to them is a plus, but to me is a tell on how not himself he is. The only person I haven't told is his mother. I don't know how she'd take it if she finds out, and I'm even more scared of what she'd do. What's worse is during my visits to check up on Brian to see how he's doing and check if there's any sign of saving him, I've started noticing something bad. Every so often, I'll see a new staff member, a sweeper here, a shelf stocker there. Each of them reply like they're stuck in a trance, robotically repeating friendly customer service remarks. I'm terrified at the implication of all this. In my spare time, I browse Reddit a lot. I don't just mindlessly scroll through meme subreddits, but rather I enjoy the more community-based forums. My love for unsolved mysteries took me to r/unsolved mysteries. I was also fascinated by the amazing work identifying strange objects on r/whatisthithing. This naturally drew me to the subreddit r/what'sinthisthing. r/what'sinthisthing is about people finding strange containers or storage devices of any kind, then asking for help on opening them. I've seen things ranging from hidden rooms to secret encrypted hard drives. If you catch these early, and the person putting forward their query plays nice and updates frequently, you can ride an amazing adventure of problem solving and gratification. Even if the contents found is lackluster, there's a rewarding feeling in success that's hard to describe if you haven't tried it, as the journey more than makes up for it. It took a while, but eventually the posts started getting a bit stale for me. Too many times had I seen a safe or a hard drive. A great introduction when it was someone's first time. However, personally, it started getting a bit repetitive. What reignited my interest was actually a post on the other subreddit, r/whatisthithing. The post was made by an old guy from Solihull, England. They were searching their house when they found a box they didn't recognize. They posted pictures, followed by the limited information they could provide. The pictures showed what looked to be a small, ornate box. It was covered in gems that looked precious in nature. However, they weren't all cut evenly, showing it was done by hand. It appeared aged, hinting at historical value, yet its high-quality materials preserved it fantastically. On its face were a number of tiles. Each had what looked like strange runes on them. Upon request, the old guy confirmed they moved. He also noted some stranger detail. The box was cold to the touch, something which should be normal for a metal and gem-covered box. However, he admitted that, in his age, he often had the heating on high, and he held the box for long periods of time while inspecting it, which he stated should have warmed it up, at least a bit. But no, it was always cold, no matter what. The weirder thing he found was that when he held it, if he concentrated on his touch and focused in the silence, he could swear he felt it vibrating, just ever so slightly. The only definitive found was that it seemed to be a puzzle box. However, everything else was shrouded in mystery. Something to note about r/whatisthithing is that a number of experts in a wide variety of fields frequent it. I've seen them solve the most obscure of things, from a strange microscopic creature which someone found through their microscope, to a strange piece of paper handed through a door with an obscure demonic-looking symbol on it. The subreddit seemed bulletproof, until this mystery. Despite what felt like infinite wisdom of the collective, no one had any constructive input. There were a heap of probable suggestions. History buffs took stabs at trying to pinpoint an origin, some suggesting wide, unspecific areas, and others poking guesses at some lost civilizations. None of them could come to a consensus. It got even more mysterious when the language experts debated the possible origin of the runes, which didn't seem to match any known records, not even looking related to any known dead languages. But that one detail, the fact that it was a puzzle box, naturally made the mystery migrate to r/what'sinthisthing. Here, new questions were asked, and new experts arrived. At first, we had to chase away the idiots who suggested brute force. To even contemplate damaging what could be a huge historical find was completely stupid. This made everyone resolve for the harder option: solving the puzzle. First, with the language experts, they tried to correlate the runes to each other, trying to find any kind of pattern. Just when they thought they found a correlation between two remote symbols, adding a third seemed to mess things up. They could never make it past two, making the plot thicken. Tech heads ran the symbols through various algorithms to see if a neural network could decode a pattern. The computers each gave various solutions, and to the credit of the old man, who had the hard task of somehow rearranging the tiles perfectly to each suggested solution, he posted pictures each time showing the box not opening. The great plus side was that this old man seemed to have all the time in the world and entertained many of our ideas and requests, though in some posts he seemed reluctant to share details, seemingly distrusting, probably due to the few people trying to swindle him out of the box. In the meantime, he did a lot of tinkering himself. To our surprise, progress was made. Not by any of the fancy equipments at the community's disposal, or the wisdom of experts, but by the simple playing around of the old man. He started posting pictures of shapes he made with the tiles, all from just puttering about while he was bored. From here, progress boomed. Though it never looked fully formed when he showed it at first, it looked like the strange runes were both ancient letters, and they doubled as a pattern, which hinted at a shape. However, no matter how much the community tinkered, no one could make any headway, except him. His updates picked up in frequency, each posted picture looking more and more complete. He posted a picture of it almost complete, just the last few tiles out of place. It looked like a few more shuffles, and it would be done. We were ecstatic. We were already practically high-fiving each other in the comments, and we all waited in anticipation. Some ended up going to bed, opting to find out in the morning, whilst others, like myself, sat there and anxiously refreshed through the night, waiting for the results to be posted. In the meantime, the comments filled up with fun conversation about theories of its contents, some pessimistically trying to avoid an anticlimactic reality by subverting expectation that it was nothing. We waited in joy through the night. However, I ended up begrudgingly leaving for sleep at the late hours. But some still stayed up, too excited to sleep. When I woke up, I was surprised when I found nothing. The comments were getting antsy. We waited and waited and waited and waited. It was slowly starting to sink in that there was possibly not going to be an update. No one knew the old guy, so no one could physically check on him. Efforts to comb through his post history to find his identity failed. Everyone's hope hung like the sword of Damocles, hanging precariously over our heads, each falling one by one when we hit a sad level of acceptance, not resulting in an outburst of rage, but rather a quiet whisper of disappointment. Past then, the subreddit fell back to normalcy, working together to open the unopenable. The joy was still there, and we all seemed to move on. Until a few months later, when a post caught our attention and sparked some underlying feelings. A young person based in Central America posted about an anomalous item they found. While changing some pipes in their house, a worker found something strange. A box, ornate in nature. It was covered in uneven yet valuable looking gems, implying it predated automated tools. As you can tell, this looked all too familiar. The page was bombed with a series of backlash from the many people who felt scorned from the previous experience. This resulted in the page getting removed, being suspected as a possible viral promotion or an ARG. But when it was reposted in a serious tone to r/unsolved mysteries, some of us migrated to start the journey once more. For a start, it wasn't identical to the previous box. The face which held the sliding tiles was now a solid plate with a continued pattern of the ornate stones, matching the rest of the side of the box. However, now, on the front, was a dial, similar to that of an old safe. Rather than numbers at sequential 5-click intervals, there were more strange symbols. What was strange was that they never matched any of the symbols on the previous box, yet they looked to be of the same origin, similar to seeing the first half of the alphabet separate to the second half and knowing they're of the same source. On the side, we made a separate chat room on Discord in case any more posts got removed, which would have deleted our progress. Whilst we brainstormed suggestions, the owner got to doing their own thing. Organically, they reported similar findings to the previous mystery. The box always being cold, despite them living in a very warm climate. They also noted the strange feeling they got when they pressed hard on its face, describing it as a faint buzz from within. We all put our heads together and started providing possible solutions. At first trying to work from the patterns and findings from before, then moving on to original ideas. Whilst we worked in the background, the original poster also experimented away. He found that he could find the first symbol when something within the box clicked, which seemed to be an indicator for a correct input. The first was always the easiest to get. However, it wasn't easy to keep consistent. This is because it was different each time, something none of us had seen before on a safe dial system. When playing around more, he started consistently getting the second combination correct. Again, always a different symbol, but a memorable pattern. We noted down his findings, seeing if we could figure out the third, but nothing we ever tried worked. The next update made a few people leave. Not because of what was said, but more how it looked. It was a positive update. He explained that he had made a string of successful progressions, how he found a consistent pattern, and had chased the correct combinations up to the 4th digit. He went on to say he felt the 5th would be the last, because of the sound each correct input made. He described the first as a light click, but the further he got, the heavier the sound felt, until it was a heavy clunk. It's not that people lost interest at this, but rather it rubbed people the wrong way, and how similar this post echoed the pattern of the previous box owner. Still, we held hope. The chat room in private, discussing how the previous person was old, and therefore may not have known the subreddit's etiquette of posting the results. Or maybe he found something he wanted to keep to himself, in his age, possibly thinking we were all evil, as were the messages drilled into the early adopters of the internet. But this new guy was young. He was more in touch. If you searched his Reddit history, you could see he knew how to interact, and seemed to follow good internet etiquette. His updates were always in a more open language, seemingly welcome to the help, and an appreciation for the dedicated community that followed him. It came to the night where he said he was going to crack it. Following his pattern of success, It seemed like he was close. He had hit the fourth digit many times and had tried twisting both directions to many different symbols. Only a few remained. He posted some private videos of a few of his attempts. The possibility of success was so close we could taste it. The night droned on, and we all sat in call together, joking away, discussing possible ideas of the contents. Maybe these boxes held parts of some unknown or lost treasure. We scared each other by suggesting that maybe the old man was too scared to share its contents, or maybe he greedily kept it because it was so significant. Our shining hope was the fact that the guy we were waiting on seemed to crave the recognition of the box's opening, subtly making jabs at the anticlimactic ending of the previous adventure. We waited through the night. One by one, people left to go to bed. We waited through the morning, more people dropping off, whilst people who slept prior woke early for the spectacle. We waited until the early afternoon, where the late sleepers joined back. We waited until the evening, where the exhausted people who never left slowly passed out at their desks. Eventually, the call went dead, and we all defeatedly left. In the end, there was nothing. It was even more heartbreaking the second time. The old adage of, "Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice," ringing around our emotions. It actually kind of hurt, this feeling of betrayal. The only positive was that most of the chat room stayed in touch, having formed a bond through these strange experiences. A few months later, and this all brings me to now. I was going through some old boxes to clear away some space under my bed, partly inspired by Marie Kondo. Most of what I chose to part with was stacks of old papers that had no more meaning in my life. But one box was particularly heavier than the rest. When I peeked inside, my eyes widened and my breath audibly escaped me in shock. There was a strange, ornate box. Each gem looked beautiful and pure, yet imperfect from each other, showing it was handmade, but with care. Looking closer, I could see the hint of chisel marks, meticulously done to create dynamic shapes. It appeared old, yet it glowed with a pristine shine that comes from only the highest quality metal. It was tantalizing to the touch, a feeling of pride washing over me for handling something so valuable. I can only liken it to being in the presence of a supercar, feeling the desire to touch it out of curiosity, but never roughly in the dire fear of damage. Knowing what to look for, I caressed its sides, feeling its cool features. I held it tightly as I studied it, subtly trying to warm it with my body heat, yet never succeeding. No matter how long I waited, it was always cold in my hands. But one thing I did notice was the slight rumble it contained. The whole duration I held it, I felt the familiarly described hum. However, feeling it in person showed that none of the others ever gave this strange sensation justice. And I don't think I could either. Not knowing where to turn, I immediately went to the Discord room and tried to explain the strange thing that happened. Immediately, people left, leaving remarks about how a marketer had infiltrated the group, the ones that got to know me a bit feeling betrayed somewhat. However, like before, the dedicated ones stayed, choosing to help me upon seeing the many pictures of proof I posted. This box held its differences from the other two. It didn't hold a panel of sliding tiles in the top, nor did it house a dial in the front, but rather, under the entire front lip, were a series of rollers, similar to what you'd see on a business person's suitcase. There were 8 in total, each containing matching symbols in an identical sequence to each other. Like before, none of the runes matched anything we recorded on the other 2 boxes. We worked diligently, with no luck. It wasn't until we were stumped, and I just sat there playing with it, when a feeling of intuition kicked in. My mind was creating ideas and patterns I never knew I could comprehend. I tried variations and combinations with a newfound level of creativity, yet never truly knowing what I was doing. After puttering for an afternoon, I heard an affirmative click, indicating some sort of success. Similar to before, the first one was the easiest to get, though each time it never stayed the same. It took a long time, but soon enough, I was cracking the second, then the third, then the 4th digit, then the 5th. Each click sounding crunchier than the last, giving a sense of progress. Along with that feeling of progress, another feeling swam in the back of my mind. I could feel the vibrations of the box and the humming within. Each time I got closer to the solution, I could swear I felt whatever was inside getting excited. That's the only way I can describe it. When concentrating on touch alone, I don't think its frequency had ever changed, but it felt like something I could sense, like it was passing that feeling on to me. The positive emotion having a sour taste when I pictured that its origin was not my own. It was either that, or I was simply projecting my own excitement at finally being able to see what's inside. The longer I worked at it, the more something in the back of my head screamed at me to stop. The previous experiences setting off many red flags that this was possibly dangerous. However, I feel I've gotten too far to not see a payoff. To me, whatever happens is worth it. Whatever happens. I'm on the 7th digit now. I've tried posting this on r/whatisthisthing and r/what'sinthisthing, but it was immediately nuked. I've sent a copy of this to some personal friends and the chat room I'm in. I'm also posting this on YouTube, as I feel it's one of the last places this will be accepted. I'm going to complete the 8th digit. After that, I'm going to post the results. If I do, then we can all marvel at what's inside. If this ends here, take it as a warning of the worst scenario possible.
I've always loved the snowy plains of my home area. It's so different here, and there's a sense of vastness to it. Each year, my brother Marcus and I take a long trip back. It's become a sort of tradition to us. We go on a long hike to the cabin and spend the weekend there. We usually reminisce about childhood and play our old favorite board games. When Marcus asked me if he could bring his girlfriend, Melanie, along, it took me a while before I obliged. Melanie had been enthusiastic at the outset. After an hour of the long hiking trek, that had all changed. "Oh, couldn't we have just driven here? And miss all that?" I said, spreading my arms in a wide arc. "It's just snow, Steve. I don't get what the big deal is." "Come on, babe," Marcus interjected, putting his arms around her. "Isn't the view nice?" "I guess so. I'm just so tired of walking." I couldn't help but laugh to myself. I had warned her that it was a long trip to the cabin, but of course, she hadn't listened. "We can take a break once we reach the resting area, okay?" I tried comforting her. "And how long is that?" "About another half an hour or so." As she sighed behind me, I heard Marcus laugh. While the two of them were teasing each other, I went ahead a bit and let my eyes wander over the white plains around us. It was so beautiful and quiet. How often had we played out here as a kid? I wondered for a moment. "Hey, what's that over there?" I heard Melanie ask from behind. I turned back to see her and Marcus looking over at the forest, at least half a kilometer away from us. "What do you mean?" I asked. "There's something over there." I couldn't make out much, and it took me a while before I saw who she was referring to. There was a person at the edge of the forest. Must be another hiker or one of the forest workers. "Look, he's waving to us," she exclaimed before she raised her own arm to return the greeting. "Hello over there." "I doubt he can hear you," Marcus said. "It doesn't matter, it's just nice." For a while, the figure continued to wave, and Melanie waved back a few more times. After a while, whoever it was seemed to be satisfied and vanished between the trees again. We continued on, and about 10 minutes later, Marcus walked up to me. "So, did you read it yet?" What do you mean?" He rolled his eyes at me. "You know what I'm talking about. Dad's novel." "Well, I started it, but I haven't gotten far yet," I admitted. "Come on, Steve. You worked so hard on it. The least you can do is read it, okay?" "Guys, I think he's following us." "Who is?" Marcus asked, turning around. "That guy from before. I just saw him over there." With that, she pointed to a stretch of the forest to our left. "You sure it's the same guy? It could just be another—" "Yes, it looked exactly the same, and he was waving towards me again." "Well, that's what you get for waving at strangers." "That's not funny, Marcus. Seriously, what if it's, I don't know, some psycho or something?" Both Marcus and I started laughing. "It's probably just another hiker," Marcus said, trying to calm her down. "Yeah, or someone from the village who thinks it's funny to mess with people," I continued. "God knows Martin would do this exact thing, right?" "He so would," Marcus agreed. "What? Who's Martin?" Melanie asked, staring at us. "Oh, just a friend from our childhood. One of the weirdest guys that we ever knew." As we continued on, Marcus and I started to tell Melanie a bit more about our adventures with our friend Martin. Soon enough, we had all forgotten the mysterious person who had been waving towards us, and we were laughing and joking around again. I had just started another tale when we reached the small resting area. It wasn't much, nothing more than a bench under a wooden overhang. By now, we could already see the small forestry hill on which the cabin was located. My legs are killing me, Melanie complained as she slumped down on the bench next to me. Well, we're still only halfway there, I joked. She gave me a "you can't be for real" face. When I saw it, I burst out laughing. It's only about 20 more minutes. We're almost there. Screw you, Steve. She yelled at me and started to hit my shoulder before she started laughing as well. I totally believe you, you idiot, she yelled. Suddenly, she jumped up from the bench. Oh my god, guys, look. It's a deer. With that, she rushed back towards the path, took out her phone and started taking pictures. So much about her legs, Marcus whispered. She's a nice girl. I finally said, smiling at him. Yeah, I'm glad I met her. I asked him how exactly the two of them had met. Marcus had barely started the story when Melanie came running back towards us. He's back again. And this time we didn't need to ask who she meant. He was over there ahead of us, near this old ruin or whatever it was. Marcus was by her side in a moment. Are you serious? Over there? I stepped towards him and I looked ahead. On the foot of the small hill there were the remains of an old building. That's where she'd seen him? Come on, it's probably nothing. Maybe he saw us resting here and decided to give us a last greeting. Maybe he thinks we're from the village too. I don't care, it's creepy, that's what it is. If he comes near you, I'll beat the shit out of him, Marcus promised in a serious voice. Come on, let's get going. No reason to wait here and argue about it. Whoever it is might be long gone anyways. Melanie said nothing. Only once we had gotten closer to the old ruin, I heard her again. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. It can't be. There's no way. When I turned towards her, I saw she had stopped in her tracks. Her face was a mask of disbelief. Babe, what is it? How can he be this tall? She almost screamed, pointing at the walls that remained of the ruin. He was way taller than these. I thought the walls were only a meter or so tall, but... She broke up. I looked at the old ruin. The two walls that were still standing were almost 3 meters tall. You probably saw it wrong. We were so far away, so... I know what I saw, Marcus. He was standing right here. I couldn't help but wonder what she had seen. It had to be an optical illusion or something. What else could it be? But still, I started to feel a bit unsettled about the whole thing myself. Let's go to the cabin. If there is someone following us, we'll be safe there. For a moment, Melanie wanted to say something, but then she merely nodded. It wasn't much longer before we arrived at the cabin. I saw that Melanie's eyes were still daring around, scanning the trees, searching for some giant figure. 2 twists of the key and the door sprang open. The place was exactly the same as Marcus and I had left it a year ago. It shouldn't take too long before the place warms up, I said as I stepped to the fireplace. While I was busy to use what few logs were inside to start a fire, I heard Marcus speak to Melanie in a low voice. I saw her nodding a few times before she began to sort through her things. As I heated up some coffee, Marcus went upstairs to look for our board games. When I brought Melanie a cup of coffee, I found her on her phone browsing through Facebook. Really? I asked her. She looked at me for a moment before she put her phone away. Fine, I put it away. There's no internet out here anyway. For a moment she pouted, but then she started laughing and took the cup of coffee from my hands. A few minutes later, Marcus came back with a huge box that held our old games. And most of it was the simple board games we had played as a kid, like Monopoly. There was one other game though, the one that we had created ourselves. It was a sort of Dungeons and Dragons board game. It was nothing fancy. You just moved over a board, battled monsters, and who defeated the final boss first won. But still, even as adults, the two of us loved playing this silly thing. Even Melanie was eager to join in. It wasn't the game itself that was interesting. It was the stories that we had about it. After the first round was over, I decided to go outside and get a bit more firewood. There had only been a few logs left next to the fireplace, so if we wanted to keep the fire going, I'd have to get a few more. I put on my thick winter coat and boots and I went outside. It had gotten dark outside by now. During the day, the area was a beautiful winter wonderland. At night, it was nothing short of creepy. I pushed the thought that we were completely alone out here as far to the back of my mind as I could. With quick steps, I hurried to the stack of firewood next to the cabin, and I started to pick up log after log. I couldn't help but look around every once in a while, and I listened to the sound of the night. There was a slight breeze that gently shook the trees back and forth. Just as I picked up the last of about a dozen logs, I heard a crunching sound nearby. It sounded almost as if somebody was walking through the snow. I jerked around and I looked, but no one was there. It was most likely just an animal, or hell, maybe even some snow had fallen off a branch nearby. I walked back towards the front door. I was halfway there when I heard it again. As I turned around this time, I could have sworn that I saw a shadow through the trees. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. For long seconds, I watched the trees to the left of the cabin. "Need any help?" Marcus suddenly called out to me. I almost jumped up and half the logs tumbled off my arms. "Jesus Christ, don't do that!" I yelled. Marcus started laughing and walked over to pick up the ones that I had dropped. "You're always so scared in the dark. It's hilarious." I was about to tell him what I thought that I had seen when I noticed Melanie at the door behind him. I shook my head and I decided to drop the target. It must have been my imagination or the light from the house playing a trick on me. "I warmed up some mulled wine," Melanie said as we stacked the logs next to the fireplace. "Oh great, thank you," I said as I took off my boots and I rubbed my hands against each other. The mulled wine was almost too hot to drink, yet I took a big sip. It warmed me up in an instant. I had always loved the stuff. For a while, we sat together, talking and joking before Melanie said that she was getting a bit sleepy. I guess it was all that walking today. "Come on, I'll show you to our room." And with that, Marcus led her upstairs. While the two of them went up, I walked back to the small stove. I heated up a bit more of the mulled wine and I refilled my cup. Suddenly I heard the noise again. It was muffled, but it sounded almost as if something was scratching against the side of the cabin. It must be the branches of the trees, I thought. As I stood at the stove with my cup, I started to wonder. Wasn't there only a slight breeze? This was a bit too loud, wasn't it? I felt the same sense of dread wash over me once more. What if there was really somebody out there? "I hope you heated some up for me as well." Marcus called out to me from the stairs. "Not going to join her in bed?" I asked, grinning at him. "Nah, maybe later," he answered. "There's something I want to talk to you about. Something important." I know. I really should read Dad's book, it's just... No, it's not about that. It's about the cabin. Dad wants to sell it since nobody is using it anymore except for us." "Wait, what?" This cabin, it's our place. We've spent so many winters here and he wants to sell it like this? Well, we only ever come here once a year, so I get where he's coming from. Well, that's not the point. I almost yelled at him. What about all of our memories? Hey, calm down, Marcus said, raising his hands. But Dad's gotta... He trailed off, and I saw him look around. I'd heard it too. The sound was back again, but this time it was louder. It was almost as if something, or someone was scratching along the wood outside. What the hell is that? There it was once more. I'm going to have a look, I said. Marcus was right by my side, putting on his shoes as well. You're not going to go out there alone. I nodded and I picked up the old iron fire poker, and then we tiptoed to the front door. A quick look out the window showed us nothing but the dark of the night and trees slowly shaking in the wind. Shit, I cursed. And a moment later, we stepped outside. Had that guy been stalking us and sneaking up on us in the middle of the night? This was seriously creepy. I raised the fire poker, ready to beat down on any deranged asshole trying to jump me. I had barely taken a few steps when I saw something move near the corner of the cabin. It was gone as quickly as I had seen it, but I knew someone was there. Shit, that's right by her window, Marcus whispered. Go and get her, if it's really that guy again. For a moment he hesitated, and then he nodded and went back inside. Who's there? I called out. What the hell are you doing here? No answer. There it was once more. The crunching of snow, and the scratching on the wood. My hands were shaking as they clutched onto the fire poker. I jumped around the corner, ready to yell, only to stop dead in my tracks. There was something there. It was no man, though, and neither was it an animal. It was a giant, hulking figure, leaning forward against the house. It must have been at least 4, if not 5 meters tall. I saw long, claw-like fingers. They were almost digging into the woodwork as the thing pressed its face against the window. I stood there, staring up at the impossibility in front of me. What in the... was all I could bring out. Right at that moment, the thing's head jerked in my direction. Its face was simple. Too simple. It looked almost as if somebody had sewn a face on a piece of cloth or a bag. The lower part ripped open, and the creature let out a high-pitched scream. It raised its arms before it brought them crashing down against the woodwork in the window. Wood and glass exploded under the force. I heard chaos erupt inside of the room above. I heard Marcus and Melanie scream up in terror. In a second, the thing's arms vanished inside the gaping hole that had once been a window. I heard Marcus yell something before his screams cut through the night. They continued only for moments, and they culminated in a terrible blood-curdling wail. And then everything was quiet again. I couldn't do a thing. I was frozen in terror. I took a single step forward, but then I cringed back. The fire poker slipped from my hands as I slumped down in the snow. For a moment, the thing looked over at me. It didn't seem malignant anymore. It looked almost happy. Finally, it turned from me towards the trees, and within seconds, it had vanished again. Before it was gone, though, I had seen that it had been holding something in its giant hands. It had been Melanie's limp body.
I've been a national park ranger for close to 2 decades. Protocols have changed a lot in that time. I write this just to try to keep people safe for the next time you venture to the big outdoors. Let me tell you about the last park I worked. I can't be too specific about the location for my job's sake. Anyway, we had clusters of campsites that we rotated annually. The idea was to prevent one group from getting overused and worn down, let nature regrow a little bit. The winter had just passed, and our big summer season was a few months away. I'm sent out to check the sustainability of the campsites to decide which ones need time to recover and which ones we can open up. Winters here are cold. Not too many people camp during the winter, aside from rugged masochists and Boy Scout troops led by people who believe they are rugged masochists. I didn't expect to find much out of the ordinary. The first site was clear and ready to go. As I'm trekking to the next site, I see what looks like some debris and junk down away in the river valley. Looks like some jackasses set up an unauthorized camp down there. Usually when that happens, they leave garbage and smoldering fires. This is going to be a pain to clear up. I approach, seeing the telltale wreckage of what must have been one hell of a party. Stuff scattered everywhere, the skeletons of tents still raised up, and blood. I stop, and time stops with me. Pools of blood are spread out along the ground, next to signs of something heavy being dragged into the brush. I pull my radio off my belt and pause. Then I pull my Glock 22 out of my holster and rack one round. I'm a certified law enforcement officer, but I haven't had to use my gun in a long time. I quickly look around for any movement, then get on my radio and call in for backup. While I wait, I listen. Silence. Silence in nature isn't good. Prey get quiet when they sense a predator. I hope all the birds are being still on my account. I edge forward slowly, looking for anyone or anything. A shredded plastic cooler, a tent that has been annihilated with more blood splashed on the walls and inside. People died here. I know it. You can't lose that much blood and just walk off. But no people. Shreds of clothes and a little viscera drawing all the goddamn flies here. But no people. I've seen bears rummage through camps and destroy anything that looked edible. There are wild hogs here that cut trails through the deep brush and are even more dangerous than the bears. But this isn't either of them. The devastation here is just too much. Some scourge of God came through here and just ripped everything to pieces. Finally, backup arrives, and I'm sent to report to HQ. They even brought medics out here. I don't know why. There's no one here to save. One of the new recruits vomits at the scene. I'm glad to get the hell out of here. I get back, and HQ is abuzz. Only 4 people work here, but calls are ringing, printers printing, and the air feels electrified. The manager sees me and signals me to his office. He's pale, ashen-looking with bloodshot eyes. I sit down by his desk, and he goes to the door and locks it. I've never seen him lock that door. He asks me what I saw. I tell him, uninterrupted. He looks even paler afterward, and his hands tremble a little. There's a very long pause, and I expect more questions. He doesn't ask any. I leave, then hear the door lock behind me. After a few minutes, I hear him call someone up, and a long, low conversation ensues. I never see him again. Word comes down from on high. we're assigned a new manager, one who excels at what he calls crisis. His first order of business, a controlled burn of the unauthorized camp and the sites closest to it. I'm not arguing. I watch the smoke rise in the distance and pray that's the end of it. New orders. Relocate the existing campsites closer to HQ. Before we do that, we stake out a few trail cameras at the new locations just to make sure it's not in the middle of some nesting ground. We put up a few cameras pointed at the hog trails through the brush for good measure. A couple of days pass. We go out to collect the footage. The new manager takes it all and starts studying it in his office. A couple hours into reviewing, he freaks out, starts screaming and yelling, gets on the phone, calling up the line, spitting more obscenities. He spends the rest of the day and that night in the office, calling up scientists and planners. Next morning, I show up for a meeting. Manager doesn't look like he slept. Massive changes afoot. He lays out our new plans, including massively bright lampposts circling the park border, as well as floodlights around the ranger station. Campsites need to be moved even closer in. Clear lines of sight from the light, if possible. I butt in, telling him that defeats the point of going camping if you're just going on a short walk through the grass, then setting up so close you can see the parking lot. He tells me to shut up, that it's just the start. The park now closes at sundown, sharp. Also, we're now required to have a long gun on our person at all times. Now, this isn't uncommon for rangers to carry an AR-15 or a Remington 870 shotgun going out in the deep woods. There are wild and rabid animals out there. The real concern are massive pot growers. These aren't your chill neighbors who hide a few plants behind the tomatoes. They run the spectrum from large-scale suppliers who like their privacy and dislike law enforcement to anti-government crazies who think we have no right over them, the true patriots. Both groups have a few common points. They tend to be well-armed, they do not like lawmen, and they won't shy away from taking a pot shot at some dumb poor ranger who finds himself in their fields. Keep in mind Elliot Ness, Mr. I fought Al Capone and won, got scared off busting up Alpacan moonshiners because they constantly sniped at him in the foothills. They shoot to kill. Those are the reasons we keep big guns around. Not routine patrols. I drew the short straw and got the overnight shift. Manager tells me more changes to protocol will be listed when I return. Overnights used to be easy. Monitor the radios, bust up the parties if needed, check for poachers if they're operating nearby, make sure the forest doesn't burn down. I clock in and per instructions go to the gun cage. Things have changed. Our shotguns have new rifled barrels, so they can handle the solid slugs we've been issued. That's the kind of firepower you want to take down a charging bear. God forbid you ever need it. The AR-15s have been stepped up too. The old 15-round magazines have been replaced by 30-round ones. Someone even snuck us in hollow point rounds. Makes no goddamn sense. Shooting in the woods, you need full metal jacket ammo, so the rounds don't go wild when they touch a twig. Hollow points just exist to do more tissue damage. This is ridiculous. This is overkill. We're not in a war zone. We don't need this firepower. Next to the radio, there are new instructions. We're not allowed to directly respond to emergency calls. We can reply, figure out what the issue is, then we report to a new phone number I don't recognize. Time passes slowly tonight. I'm not even allowed to leave the building until sunup. A few uneventful nights pass. The new floodlights and lampposts are frying my eyes. It's so bright out there, a blind man could see. A week later, some kids roll into the lot. They grab their backpacks and start hiking up the ridge. I know what they're up to. No one has booked a campsite that night. Cheap young ones going on a campout that will be a raging party. I wait for the sundown to go, confirming they're not out for a day hike. I call my manager to report. He instructs me to call the new number. I report up to them now. A curt voice answers the phone. He asks my park, then pauses. He asks the issue. A bunch of kids on an unauthorized site. Do I go break it up? I can see their campsite out on the ridge right now. No, do not leave the building. Do not attempt communication. That is all. Report if there are any developments. Right after daybreak, the manager rides up. It's clearly early. Have you seen them? Did they leave? No, the car's still there. Let them rest. They're probably all hungover. He curses non-stop, then goes inside to make a call. I'm outside, looking up the ridge when he exits the station. One AR-15 in his hand, another one strapped across his back, Glock on his hip. He marches single-mindedly toward his car. I ask him what in God's name he's doing, but he isn't listening or responding. He takes a jerry can of gasoline from his car and marches up the ridge. I yell after him, to no reply. I consider following him, but that doesn't seem like a good idea. I go back inside and call the number. The same curt voice, the same direct questions. Yeah, the manager just went up to the campsite armed to the teeth and carrying gasoline. What the hell do I do? Stay there. Do not interfere. Backup is inbound. Report if there are any developments. About the same time, I start to see smoke wafting off the ridge. 2 vans ride into the lot at a screeching speed. A dozen men, heavily armed and armored, exit quickly. I go out to check. Who are you guys? What's going on? The men are all lined up with that impeccable military precision. One of them, a commander, I assume, exits the vehicle last. He says, "Which direction did he go?" "I mean, he's up there." I point at the increasing smoke. The men fan out and start jogging up the ridge. I hear rifles cocking as they leave. I try to shout after them, but no response. I look at the van they came in. Large, nondescript. They just say DOI response team on the side. Half an hour later, they return, dragging the manager with them. He is bound in zip ties. He screams, "I did what needed to be done. Trust me, it's worse than they thought. We can't stop this. Burn it all." They throw him into the back and sedate him. The commander approaches me. My neck hairs bristle in cold fear. "I need to see the office. All computers and anything with a hard drive is coming with me." He mentioned videotapes. I need those too. I unlock the door and they ransack the place. Everything gets taken. Printed reports from the last few years disappear into those vans. The videotapes get bagged up and held by the commander himself. He studies the gun cage. "Cute. You're out of your league," he scoffs. Finally, they found everything they looked for. The commander tells me, "Call the number. Tell him it's contained. You need a new supervisor. Also, don't talk about this to anyone." They leave, and just on cue, the fire brigade and a few news vans show up. The fire is contained, the news reports say. Rumors of missing campers are unsubstantiated at this time. Still, the rumors alone are enough to scare off this season's campers. The quick change-up of managers is chalked up to bureaucracy. The press dies down after a week or two. The new manager is very good at dealing with them. Thankfully, with no new campers and our now even shorter open hours, we can get more work done around here. Rebuilding the station took some time, and we just set up the new campsites. They're practically spitting distance from the station. Nothing dramatic happens for a few days. Then, on a whim, the manager tells us to set up some cameras around the station and the campsites. There's usually so much human activity around here, all you see are some raccoons, maybe the rare, hungry bear, but we humour him and set them up all around. A couple of days pass, we collect the footage. I play poker with one of the rookies while the manager watches hours of footage of an empty but brilliantly illuminated parking lot. Then he gets to the footage around the station. Screams come from the office. We barge in and he's stamping on the camera hard drives, gibbering things I can't understand, along the lines of, "Told me it was clean, safe, no recent activity here. Bullcrap here. I'm not gonna do it." He barks at us to leave. Later, he makes a call. Rocky goes up to the door and listens in. Rocky comes reporting back. "Yeah, he's demanding a transfer. Says they lied to him. Something about they didn't do their jobs properly. He's not prepared or equipped here." Then I just heard the phone click and some sobbing. Hours later, my manager exits the office. His shoulders are slumped, defeated. We cut our hours even further, practically open on weekends only. We'll have a full staff ready those hours, but a skeleton crew the rest of the time. Campers are required to check in to one of the closest sites. No campsite, and they're told to leave. We're not authorized to leave the station after dark under any circumstances. In an emergency, do not call 911. Call the number and do exactly what they say. We draw straws for who gets the overnight shifts. Why we need to stay overnight if we can't do anything is beyond me. I asked the manager about it, and he just said that standard protocol is to have someone on hand to report any irregularities overnight. I have to work my overnight shift. I keep my phone close, the number dialed in, ready if I need to call. It is a bad night. I just wind up pacing around with my shotgun, glancing into the bright floodlights, trying to see what's past them. I hear crickets, and it relaxes me. Prey is quiet when predators are around. It's a long night. The next night, my manager draws the short straw. He seems resigned. In the end, we all have to take a turn. He brings the brightest damn tactical flashlight I've ever seen. Said he bought it just because he's afraid of the dark. He isn't really. He's afraid of the things in the dark. I get a phone call at 3 a.m. It's him. "Get over here now and bring guns." "What? You have a damn arsenal." "Now." Oh, I swear to God, I screwed up. Oh man, I think they're attracted to the light. I called that number and all they said was backup would be here in the morning. Oh, damn, god damn. I hear the piercing staccato of gunshots. A pause. More gunshots. Screaming, scuffling. The line goes dead. I call the number. A new terse voice answers. "Look, I work at the park. I just got off the phone with the manager." "I just spoke with the manager. What can you report?" "Something bad happened. It's serious. I heard gunshots." "We will have backup there as soon as possible." "Did he say anything else?" "Yeah, he said he thought they were attracted to the light. Doesn't make sense to me." "Interesting. Thank you for your report. The park is now closed. You will be reassigned. Goodbye." Click. Officially, the park was closed to be rescheduled for a controlled burn, let the old trees die and make room for the new ones. There was nothing in the official report about what happened to the manager on duty. The public understanding was bureaucracies needed to be shaken up on occasion. No one asked any more questions. I get transferred to a new park, halfway across the country. Change of scenery and beautiful. They've got some odd rules here too. Don't go far after dark, and don't carry a flashlight. I'm concerned about why. Why can't you use a flashlight at night when you need one? They won't tell me. Be safe, everyone.
You're looking at Kyla's refurbished smartphone. She saved $300 getting it on back market.
Enough to pique our interests. It took multiple correspondences between our employers and financial donors, as well as several elaborate promises we had no way of being able to guarantee. Eventually, though, we managed to acquire the assets we needed and began our true work. For the next 3 years, we slowly and methodically began excavating the fissure. The weather in that particular part of the world is rather drastic, plunging to temperatures of -60 Celsius in the dead of winter. For 8 months of the year, we were unable to do much as the elements proved too formidable to overcome. We began by expanding the initial passage, and after a great deal of effort, we were able to carve away the overhang rock and allow us to access the sheer rock wall beyond. The coarse-grained rock was revealed not long after to be limestone of monocline formation. Carbon and potassium dating soon revealed it to have been formed nearly 150,000 years ago. The pattern on the rock was segmented into distinct grooves at certain portions. After some tests on the grooves, we came to the determination that they were unlike any natural formation, at least that anyone had ever seen. They looked like portions of petroglyphs, a partial segment of ancient cave paintings. A certain feeling struck me as I first beheld those fragmented images. It's one I have not yet found the proper wording to adequately describe, but it was unique to any archaeologic site I've ever seen. As I put my hand against that rock, I saw the hairs on my arms stand on end. I felt my pupils dilate, and an odd sense of euphoria struck me. In the moment, I interpreted it as a sign of the prestigious findings that awaited us. But now, I suspect it was something else entirely. Down below that rock face was a layer of sediment that appeared to have set much more recently. More than likely the culprit was a small cave-in or mudslide in the last couple thousand years. It was yet another obstacle to overcome, but we were not about to be put off by a bit of dirt. The shape of the chamber was also vaguely geometric, more so than that of Mother Nature's design. In the left-hand side of that cavern was the indentation in the rock that sloped downward. Talevsky pointed out the odd divots cut into the slope, a formation that looked reminiscent of a heavily eroded stairway. Our group exited the cavern not long after, enthused by our discovery and talking at length of the fanciful discoveries that may dwell within. The zeal in his voice as he spoke of how prehistory may soon need an addendum, and I'll admit, I allowed myself to fantasize upon the prospect as well. Once back outside, Talevsky excused himself to make a phone call, and I stood alone to contemplate the findings. It was then, as I stood out upon the perilous, windswept Siberian plains, that a curious spectacle met my eye. Some distance out upon the horizon, I glimpsed a single creature staring back at me betwixt the twilight heavens. Its black eyes did not blink, and its long, grey ears flicked back and forth. It was a deer of some kind, but with two striking features. Two long pencil-like teeth jutted from its upper jaw, sticking downward like the teeth of an ancient Smilodon. I'd never seen a creature so strange before, and stared in wonder at it as it eyed me inquisitively. Our mutual moment of bewilderment came to an end as the beast suddenly darted away, leaving me to dwell on my thoughts alone. I found out some time after from one of the locals that the bizarre saber-toothed deer was in fact a Siberian musk deer, an endangered species native only to northwestern Siberia, one which was regarded as an omen of good fortune by many of the locals. That mention elevated my spirits further, as it seemed as though Mother Nature herself had smiled upon our efforts and sent one of her scouts to inquire upon our work. With the gift of hindsight now in hand, I suspect that omen was one of an entirely different kind. The excavation continued, thanks in large part to the drilling team that had originally unearthed the fissure. Progress was slow, but in time, the sedimentary layer beneath was slowly whittled away. The set of what we had assumed were a type of primitive stairs continued downward, revealing sharper and more intact steps with each meter of muck removed. By that point, we were all but certain our preliminary findings would yield something unique. But even we did not anticipate what was to come next. Toward the end of the digging season, on our 5th year, we made a remarkable discovery. The unearthing of sediment had gradually worn away the overall deposit, revealing the top of an arch in the lower portion of the cavern wall. As the days rolled on, the parabolic arch became more pronounced as the deposit was further removed, and soon we were even able to glimpse beyond. The first time I looked, I felt my jaw nearly strike the floor. The opening was only a couple centimeters deep, but beyond it, our flashlights illuminated an entirely separate chamber. In the lights of our flares, we saw diamond-shaped tiles lining the floors of a large, open room. 2 large support columns stood as timeless monoliths in the dark, shielding the depths from prying eyes. Beyond that, however, was simultaneously the most curious sight of all, and the substantial proof we needed. A large, semi-metallic door. The dugout arch was not large enough to squeeze through then, and our flashlights and flares not nearly powerful enough to disperse the canopy of dark. It was clear to us in that moment, though, that place was something truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, we had no choice but to temporarily retreat and allow the crew to resume digging. The two of us took some samples of the rocky wall and climbed back out, talking exuberantly with one another. Once back outside, we took our haul and vacuum-sealed packages back to the trucks to analyze back at our dormitories. The two of us loaded our belongings and had begun to waltz back towards the camp when something caught our eye. Out upon the prairie, multiple sets of equine eyes returned our inquisitive stares. A small herd of perhaps a dozen deer stood motionless in the tundra. I saw the impressive rack of the bull standing at the vanguard of the group, while the does and calves stood out front. None of them moved a muscle. They only stared back at us, as if in silent bestial judgment. Talevsky and I commented on the odd sight, and he withdrew his camera to take a photo. He snapped a photo of the deer, and none of them so much as blinked. They stood there, motionless, as if on high alert for something. I lack the proper vernacular to accurately describe the feeling it gave me, but the longer I stared back at them, the more unusual it felt. Talevsky and I continued to analyze our samples over the next few days as the digging crew continued on the sediment deposit. Over that time, our ingenious rock samples revealed to be granite comprised primarily of quartz, sulfur, and trace amounts of phosphate. Talevsky was analyzing the results of the radiometric dating technique, an isotopic decay test, when he suddenly gasped out loud. "What is it?" I asked. His eyes were wide, and he could only shake his head slowly, as if in sheer disbelief. "Well, the results are in. They don't make any sense. According to the data, this rock was sculpted nearly 80,000 years ago." It was my turn to mirror his shock by that point. The oldest evidence of human civilization ever proved conclusive only stretched back around 55,000 years ago. It was found in the modern-day Arabic Peninsula, a very long ways away from our site in Siberia, and consisted of little more than primitive tools and bone remnants. If Talevsky's findings were accurate, that would mean we found evidence of an even older civilization. I spent my time researching indigenous tribes of the area and the early history of Siberia itself. The prehistory evidence suggests that nomadic tribes first inhabited the region as early as 45,000 BCE. Among the earliest of these groups were the Yanesians, people who are believed to have migrated to the region from parts of the Mediterranean as well as Central Asia. The information on these early people is limited and still heavily debated amongst historians and archaeologists to this day. It was also only about half the age of our suspected time frame. This led to our conclusion that whoever had originally built the structure we were excavating predated those tribes by dozens of millennia at the very least. The arch was possibly the most phenomenal find hitherto, as the construction of arches for structural integrity was something not seen until the early Bronze Age, around 2000 BC. It wasn't widely used until popularized by Roman architects some 1,000 years later. Once more, no one on planet Earth was supposed to be making them, or even capable of sculpting rock in such a manner 80,000 years ago. We couldn't wait to enter the room beneath the sediment deposit, and, luckily for us, the excavation team managed to clear the path with only a few days remaining in the season. Once we finally got the green light, Talevsky and I drove back post-haste. Beyond the arch, The two of us slowly rappelled down into the chamber we had glimpsed previous. The cavern was surprisingly tall, at least 5 meters in height. The columns were rather unremarkable, as the creators had clearly devoted little effort to decorate them. The true prize was the large, 3-meter tall door on the adjacent side of the room. The door was a slight greenish copper coloration, appearing to be synthesized of some bronze compound with oxidization veins. The architecture of the door was incredible, looking almost like a vault door on a bank. The door was slit in the center and appeared to bear the indentations of 2 halves sealed vertically. Some sort of locking mechanism was in the center, taking the shape of a small rounded aperture with 8 metallic knobs slotted symmetrically around the circumference. As ludicrous as all of it was to believe, we were forced to consider an even more outlandish possibility. The way the door was oriented and sealed so perfectly made it seem as though it wasn't meant to be hand-activated. Talevsky suggested that perhaps it was designed as a hydraulic release or pulley-activated system. Technology such as that was eons beyond the early Stone Age tribes of the area, and the discovery only served to raise a plethora of daunting questions. It also appeared to be sealed tight, and despite our brutish efforts, we were unable to get it to so much as budge. We brought in Yuri, who was the standing foreman of the operation, and asked for his opinion. He suggested the use of small explosives detonated on the locking device, to which both Talevsky and I vehemently disagreed. After a bit of deliberation, we agreed for Yuri and his team to try and drill out the center locking device. I ended up excusing myself to get some fresh air, while Talevsky and Yuri continued their work. I breached the external entrance of the cave and felt the cold air of the Siberian tundra fill my lungs. I took a moment to stretch out my arms when I saw something curious. Several of the members of the crew were standing a couple meters away, in silence. None of them so much as glanced in my direction as I approached. I was about to call out to them when I saw what held their attention. There was a small hill some 100 meters out, and upon it was a curious sight. A small gathering of animals. Multiple deer were present, but amongst them were rabbits, raccoons, beavers, and a few species of birds. There had to be at least 50 of them together, all perched motionless and staring down at us. The enclave of forest creatures continued to stare silently towards us, as if judging us with a poignant collective stare. It was the oddest sight I'd ever seen, and even now I found no substantial explanation to their behavior. The rest of the crew seemed to be slightly unnerved by the sight as well, but none of them spoke a word. Hawkins! Hawkins, get in here! The voice of Talevsky suddenly called out behind me. I turned to see him peeking out from the cavern with a wide-eyed, almost frantic look on his face. The animals, I began. Have you seen... Forget that. I need you to take a look at this, quickly. Talevsky darted back inside the cave as soon as he finished speaking. The animals had yet to budge, and after one last unnerving glance in their direction, I followed Talevsky. As I was descending back into the cavern, I heard a sudden popping sound, followed by a light clang. The next part is difficult to describe, but it felt like a wave of energy suddenly rushed through me. It was this weird, barely discernible sort of minor concussion that pelted against my chest. I felt my breath catch my throat, and the room seemed to somehow change shade for a split second. It was a very odd sensation, but it faded quickly, and I refocused on the task at hand. Once back down inside, I found that Yuri had not only successfully breached the lock, but the team had also pried the doors open entirely, Talevsky motioned me to follow him in, and with bated breath, I complied. On the other side of the door was a lengthy, equilateral tunnel which stretched a couple 100 yards. We did a full check for poisonous gases such as methane and a suspected hydrogen sulfide that we feared may be present due to the region's known pockets of natural gas. Luckily, we found no such hazardous gases, but strangely, the Geiger counter did pick up a slightly higher concentration of beta particles. It could have very well been vestigial readings and was not a level considered dangerous, but it was something worth noting. The tunnel was nothing too spectacular in design, but the fact it was there at all was remarkable in its own right. Along the corridor, we found various rusted metal tools and other debris that all but confirmed the tunnel was dug out intentionally. On the walls were perhaps the most interesting findings thus far, at least for my taste. Petroglyphs and worn cave paintings that seemed to depict a myriad of activities from a primitive culture. There seemed to be depictions of humans performing standard hunter-gatherer-like activities. One mural depicted several of them hunting what looked like a bear. Another showed a group congregated around a mountain. It was fascinating, and it stretched for almost the entirety of the tunnel. There were far too many for me to possibly describe in full detail, but there was one which was clearly unique. It drew my attention right away due to the ornate spiral formation that stretched nearly floor to ceiling. Various animals were depicted upon the outer ring of the mural, seemingly having surrounded the group in the middle. Humans were carved in the spiraling arms of the shape, with their arms raised above their heads, seemingly in reverence or fear of something at the center. It looked like nothing more than a large blob of ink. I thought that maybe there had been something depicted there before someone else covered it up for some unknown reason. Neither I nor Talevsky could decipher a meaning from the mural upon first viewing, but in hindsight has painted an elaborate and macabre portrait. Regardless, we continued down the tunnel after some time and found the real prize awaiting us at the end of the corridor. As we exited the tunnel on the other end, we found ourselves entering a large, open chamber which was a few meters taller than the tunnel. It appeared to be a dead end, as there were no other passageways leading further. More petroglyphs covered large portions of the walls, but that was about the extent of it. I'll be honest, at first glance, I was a tad disappointed, as that room didn't seem to contain much. After the astounding security measures put in place, I thought for sure we would stumble upon some lost treasure trove of some kind. But the only thing contained within that final chamber was what looked like a center water well. The floor was raised about a meter in the circle formation, and the internal section of it was covered by a massive stone slab. On top and all over the slab were what appeared to be runes, faded from the elements, but still discernible. But they looked nothing like any lexicon I'd ever seen. The thought struck me then. Maybe it wasn't a water well at all, but an ancient sarcophagus. I spoke my theory to Talevsky, but he didn't seem to agree. He knelt around the rim and dug away some of the dirt at the base. His suspicion seemed confirmed when he demonstrated how the ground and the shape of the well were once a solid piece, unlike that of a coffin or sarcophagus, which were not normally built directly into the ground itself. Talevsky and I debated one another for a couple moments. I reiterated my belief that this was some sort of burial chamber, but Talevsky thought there was more to it than that. He believed that we hadn't seen anything yet, and the true prize lay beneath the slab, which he thought would lead to another passage. He believed the structure was some kind of religious temple or underground ziggurat. As interesting as those prospects were, all the findings seemed to indicate otherwise. A sudden blurb came through Yuri's radio. it was garbled and barely audible underneath the earth. But one thing stood out. I couldn't identify what was said through the static, but they were clearly distressed. Yuri rushed back through the tunnel towards the entrance, and the rest of us followed close behind. Yuri stepped outside while yelling into his radio. He then abruptly stopped and cut himself off mid-sentence. Televsky and I called out, but he didn't respond. Once I finally stepped out behind them, I understood why they had gone quiet. There, in front of us, maybe 20 meters away, was a large, quadrupedal shadow looming in the night. It dug its hooves into the frozen earth, ripping out clumps as its lumbering torso wrinkled in the cold wind. The moonlight shining down revealed plumes of breath expelled from its snout with every snorting breath, and an impressive set of antlers adorning the top of its head. A bull moose. Pretty much the last thing I expected or wanted to see. In terms of the most dangerous animals you can come face to face with, a boosmal pretty much takes the cake. Over 2 meters tall and almost 700 kilos of testosterone and rage. In mating season, they're known to trample people to death simply for being near them. We just froze, and a silent, pervasive panic descended upon us. There was no need to vocalize it. We were all well aware of the dangerous situation. The moose grunted, and its head shook back and forth. They don't have good eyesight, but there was no doubt it had already locked onto our scent. "Nobody move," Yuri spoke in a whisper, but we needed no instructions. The four of us stared down the beast in utter silence for what seemed like an eternity. To be honest, I can't say I've ever been that petrified in my life. The eyes then caught sight of the loader, sitting a couple meters to our left. It was our only real shot of survival. I pointed it out to the others, and our group slowly began to tiptoe towards it. The moose suddenly snorted and suddenly galloped into a charge towards us. We ran for the loader and thankfully found the door unlocked. 3 of us managed to pile inside, and Yuri hopped into the roof just as the beast came rampaging by. It charged past, swinging its impressive rack around in a frenzy. For hours, we sat crammed inside the small cabin of the loader as the enormous moose smashed and charged and slammed into the hull over and over. The beast just seemed to refuse to give up, and after thoroughly exhausting itself, it resorted to circling around us, like a shark stalking its prey. Only when the sun began to rise on the horizon did I see the odd gleam in the creature's eyes. There was something about its gaze that was more than just the rage of some animal. I don't know how to describe the feeling it gave me, but it seemed almost like hate. A deep, primal, deep-seated hatred. Everything about it was strange. As dangerous as moose are known to be, they don't normally stalk around people like that. Its behavior was incredibly odd, something Yuri commented on multiple times. After hours of it pacing around us, it finally sauntered towards the cavern entrance. It then dropped to its knees and laid down in the dirt. We waited around for a little while longer, and finally, we were able to make our escape. We were all exhausted after the long night and wanted nothing more than to get some rest and put the odd incident behind us. A crew of animal control were dispatched to deal with the moose, and after tranquilizing it, they were able to transport it away from the area. Time was not a luxury allotted to us, and the encroaching winter meant that, in only a few days, the site would be forced to shut down for the season. So we went back, determined to give it one more go before the mounting ice made things impossible. After the odd event concerning the moose, it may have behooved us to consider our options more carefully. But truly, there was no way anyone could have foreseen what was coming. Upon returning, we found things relatively unchanged. The loader, which had served as our refuge, was pretty banged up and had a cracked side window. But other than that, no extraneous damage. I kept my head on a swivel the entire time there, as part of me suddenly had developed an overt phobia of the place. Perhaps it was a sort of mild post-traumatic anxiety, but something about the place just suddenly felt unwelcoming in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. Telefsky and I had decided that priority number one was to try and open the sarcophagus in the Omega chamber. With any luck, we may find some remnants of whoever was buried there. It was our hope that it may shine a light on the still unknown culture that built the place. So, Telefsky, Yuri, myself, and 3 other workers entered the tomb once more, as an armed squad of security stood guard outside. We made our way down the tunnel and back into the Omega chamber. There seemed to be an odd, lingering mist inside the chamber. It was like some mild, ethereal veil that hung loosely in the dank cavern air. I don't know if the others noticed it, but I sure did. Finally, we reached the circular sarcophagus, finding it exactly the same as we had seen it previous. The room suddenly seemed to possess a certain sinister aura to it. I can't explain it, but being there had formed an amorphous pit of dread within my gut. We wasted no time in prepping the lid for removal. Unfortunately, the narrow passage leading down was too small to accommodate a hoist, and we were forced to resort to other means. The crew positioned a hydraulic jack on the side, with a wedge slotted in between the crack. The lid probably weighed a couple thousand kilos based on its size and thickness. After assessing, prying and prodding for a good 10 minutes, the lid finally budged. The entire group put our whole weight into the effort, with all 6 of us pushing against the side. Finally, the lid scraped and slid a few centimeters, revealing a small crack between the stone. As soon as the orifice opened, a sudden rush of air came bursting outward. The stagnant air was foul, striking my olfactory senses like the rancid stench of a dozen rotten corpses. I couldn't prevent myself from turning aside and gagging, feeling bile rise in my throat, which I somehow kept down. The rest of them backed off as well, all aside from Telefsky, who actually rushed forward. He pulled his shirt up over his nose and shined a flashlight in between the newly formed crevice. I saw his eyes open wide as I meandered to his side. "What is it?" Telefsky asked as I looked within. I then understood his confusion, as there was no mummy or treasures within. There was nothing at all, as a matter of fact. Underneath the lid was only a gaping well that plunged downward further than our lights could reach. Telefsky and I shared a confused grimace and further inspected the confines. We, of course, realized then it wasn't a sarcophagus at all. It looked more like an ancient well, but something on the chute's wall caught my eye. There were deep grooves cut at random intervals in segments of 3. The more I stared, the more I realized they almost looked like claw marks. Telefsky and I marveled at the sight when a ringing sound echoed behind us. Due to the event with the moose and failure of our radios, we had taken the liberty of installing a small wire-to-wire direct communication device. The line ran from the entrance to the Omega chamber, and without it, I may not have been able to recount this incident. Yuri answered the call, and I saw his face scrunch in confusion. A moment later, it went a ghostly pale, and he slammed the device back onto the receiver. "We need to leave." Yuri grabbed his bag and turned towards the entrance. His men did the same. Ignoring Telefsky's call for an explanation. He and I looked at one another as the others entered the return tunnel and decided we should follow. Yuri ran full speed down the tunnel, and his men weren't close behind him. I didn't understand what was happening, but knew it had to be something quite serious. As we neared the sediment deposit point, I heard a distinct sound pierce the air up ahead and chill me to the bone. A blood-curdling scream, followed by a hail of gunshots. Finally, we breached the entryway, and the entire scope of the truly extraordinary scene was presented to us. Animals and man, numbering in the dozens, were deadlocked in a heated battle. I saw raccoons, deers, coyotes, foxes, squirrels, black bears, and wolverines, all assaulting the men. Countless birds swarmed overhead, diving and slamming into the men when they got the chance. The men were doing all they could to hold off the ravenous attack, but they were not faring well. Those who had guns were firing them at any animal they could, but it was doing so little to quell the onslaught. A throaty snarl then drew my attention to the left. My eyes then met the sight of a snow leopard leaping from the loader and latching his teeth around one of Yuri's men. The man screamed as the cat's teeth and claws pierced his flesh, spewing forth a slurry of crimson and shredded organs. The others attempted to help him, but they too were attacked by various other rabid creatures. Things broke down entirely then, as all sense of composure was lost, and it became a deadly game of every man for themselves. I am no soldier, nor am I well versed in the art of combat. Even if I were, there were entirely too many creatures, with more emerging from the forest by the second. There was nothing I could have done. And so, I ran. The sounds of pain screams and flesh tearing from bone accosted my ears as I ran as fast as I could. Before I got clear of the sight, I was seized upon by a raccoon as it lunged for my ankles. Its jaws clamped around my legs, and I felt sharp teeth pierce my flesh. I struck back with my flashlight, slamming it into the creature's head out of desperation. In the midst of our fight, I glimpsed the look in its eyes. It was unlike the look of any animal I'd ever seen. It wasn't just attacking out of desperation. It was seething with some kind of relentless hatred. I don't know how to describe it. Some way or another, the beast finally released its jaws and scurried away, leaving me a brief window to make my escape. Others within our group managed to flee as well, but many more were left behind to endure the slaughter. I hobbled on my wounded leg while facing an endless barrage of pecks and scratches from birds and rodents. I then spotted two men entering a truck, decorated with scratches and deep festering wounds. I called out to them, begging for them to wait, and thankfully they did. I flung the rear door open and lofted myself inside. The driver hit the gas before I even had a chance to shut the door. The animals swarmed against us as we fled, and I felt the car run over several of them. The birds continued slamming against the body of the Suburban for a good half-click down the road before finally calling off the assault. The driver took us to the nearest medical center as I dwelled on the line of delirium and panic. I had no explanation for what had just happened, and, in the moment, I had forgotten about Talevsky. I tried to phone him, but he did not answer. A few minutes later, and the three of us arrived at Lavazero's only hospital and rushed inside. My leg ached from the raw wound, and I collapsed in between the doorway of the building. I don't remember much after that. When I finally came to my wits, I was in the hospital bed with my leg wrapped and hoisted in a brace. There were bandages covering my torso, and a patch of my hair had been removed to address the scalp wound. It was apparent that I'd suffered more wounds than I was previously aware of. After some time, a familiar face entered into the room. A woman named Oksana, who works at the same institute as I. She showed a great deal of concern for my well-being, but I assured her not to worry. I then asked about Talevsky. She just fell silent and shook her head. She asked me what I remembered, and I told her everything I've told you today. She didn't seem to believe a lot of it, or at the very least, seemed quite skeptical, but I assured her it was all the truth. What happened to Dr. Talevsky? I asked. With a long sigh and a brief look of disbelief glimmering in her green eyes, she divulged what she knew. The sudden attack of animals on the crew had been blamed on an outbreak of rabies. A Russian agency equivalent to the CDC had been dispatched to quarantine the area and treat those who had been wounded when word got out. I myself had been forced to undergo the immunization process, an extremely painful series of injections into the stomach via a 25-centimeter needle. One of the most unpleasant things I have ever had to endure. But I had no choice, as once the rabies virus has gestated, it is 100% fatal. Luckily for me, and the other 2 men who arrived with me, we never showed any symptoms. Stranger still, none of the animals or people who died in the attack did either. The rabies virus was not found within the systems of any of the deceased. Even if it were, I doubt that it would have been a suitable explanation for what transpired. In its final stages, the rabies virus attacks the brain and central nervous system of the host. This causes a patented aggression and foaming at the mouth, most associated with the disease. A rabid animal or person will often violently attack anything that comes near it, including those it is otherwise familiar with. The brain just degenerates into the point where it can no longer recognize things, and all it knows is aggression. What we witnessed that day is something never before recorded. Dozens of animals of different species, all attacking humans as if acting as one unified force. Not to mention the fact that many animals seen that day are not normally aggressive to humans at all. The way they behaved and fought so viciously, it was almost like they were coordinated somehow. 9 good men and 2 good women lost their lives on that horrific day. Among them was Dr. Sergei Talevsky, a brilliant man and a dear friend. Authorities are all over the place now, but there haven't been a whole lot of conclusive answers. No trace of any unusual pathogen or disease has yet been found, and no one really has any explanation for why it happened. I may have one though, but I don't even know whether I truly believe it. The day after the attack, a massive blizzard struck the dig site. This prolonged the authorities' cleanup efforts a good few days as they waited for the snow to abate. When they finally got down there, they began the arduous process of extracting the corpses and picking up the pieces. Amongst the carnage, they noted something bizarre when they arrived. The cavern entrance had been sealed by snow and ice, stuffed floor to ceiling and packed in a way that natural snowfall would not have been able to achieve. The only real explanation is that the animals or someone else did it to bury the cavern intentionally. I know it all seems impossible, but I don't know how else to explain it. As an archaeologist, it is always my prerogative to understand why things happened the way they did. In this instance, with a lack of substantive data and no real-world equivalent to compare, I am left with but one option. Science is the process of admitting the things we do not yet understand, and in this unrefined theory, I will attempt to do just that. I think whoever built that cavern nearly 100,000 years ago did so in order to seal away something they feared. I don't know who they were or how they did it, but I think it is still in there. I think the animals can sense it. I think their attack was not one of hunger or aggression, but one to drive us away from something we never should have found. I think we found something horrible. These thoughts have preoccupied my mind ever since that day. The guilt of not seeing the warning signs and failing to protect others has left me unable to sleep most nights. The nightmares have been excruciating as of late, and the level of anxiety I grapple with on a daily basis has left me all but entirely agoraphobic. Every time I close my eyes, all I see is that deep hole beneath the sarcophagus. I see the thing down inside it, and sometimes I think it sees me too. All my life, I have sought to discover the details of human history in hopes of better understanding the cultures and civilizations that came before us. I believe I've contributed to that now, and also have been forced to acknowledge something which I have vehemently disagreed with for my entire life. I think some things were buried for a good reason. And furthermore, I think there are some truths that should just never be found.
The little things in life are easy to take for granted, like getting away from the...
I live in Hudson, Oregon, and sometimes, when they cut down a tree in my town, they find a body inside. I don't mean that they find bodies inside the hollows. I mean that the bodies are found completely encased within the wood of solid, whole trees. According to my grandpa, there were many stories of bodies in trees going around in Hudson since before he could remember. He thinks they started in the 1800s as old pioneers and settlers' stories, but they were just that, stories. No, the first confirmed instance didn't occur until the 70s. According to my dad, when he was about 11, he'd heard rumors that the Benson family had cut down a tree in their backyard, were chopping it up for firewood, and boom, bones and clothes in the middle of the logs. Donnie Fillmore told me it was like the wood had grown around the corpse. He remembers. Dad got unnerved. Dad told Grandpa, and Grandpa, a scientist enthusiast who didn't even raise his children to believe in Santa Claus, laughed and said those stories had been around forever. My dad was pretty shook up though, so Grandpa said that if it would calm him down, he'd take him to the Benson family himself to prove that it was just the newest iteration of an old story. They went to the Bensons. It wasn't just a story. Nobody knew who it was the Bensons found in the tree. Grandpa says some wacko in town even tried to persuade people the body had grown inside the tree, but everyone pointed out real soon that didn't explain the clothes. The reporters came to Hudson, of course. Dad says he even remembers a news truck. There are some old newspaper clippings about it from archives I was able to find online, but the news never really made it national. Grandpa says it got drowned out by Watergate. They buried the remains in an unmarked plot in the local cemetery, and for years, people joked that if someone was running late to a meeting, they'd been caught by a tree. The second body they found is much better documented. In fact, you may have heard about it yourself. In 1987, a landscaping company hired by Westford Construction was clearing out some forest land for homes. The landscaping company, whose name I haven't been able to find, it may have been off the books illegal immigrant labour, decided to mitigate cost of labour by selling felled trees to Gernstein Lumber, a local timber processing plant. Guess what they found in one of the trees? Body found within trees, the headline read, by Sandra Tyson, Portland Times, defunct, March 29th, 1987. It read, Hudson, Oregon. A local processing plant was shocked on Monday to discover the remains of a missing woman encased within the wood of one of the trees it was processing. Hector Torres, a supervisor at Gernstein Lumber Processing Plant, informed authorities that workers had found clothes and human bones within some timber that the plant was in the process of preparing for sale. Local authorities have identified the bodies as Helen Fields, a Hudson woman who was reported missing in 1974. Robert and Cassandra Fields, the parents of the missing woman, say that while they're at peace now that their daughter has been found, they want to know what happened to her and how her body came to be encased within a tree. Fields' remains will be laid to rest with a memorial service at the Hudson City Cemetery on Saturday. You can still find some other articles about the incident online from newspaper archives, though it's most frequently talked about in publications about mysteries and urban legends. Of course, the article doesn't tell you that they'd already cut up the tree when they found the body. I've called Mr. Torres myself, who told me they didn't notice anything strange until the machinery started making funny noises during the cutting, and that they had to hand over 4 different slabs of wood to the police. Also, the article seems to imply that either the body was intact enough to identify, it wasn't, or that they did some sort of DNA testing. I don't think they did. From what the retired cop told me, they were only able to ID the body because they found a Sears name tag encased in the wood with the name Helen on it. though they had to sand it down to make the name visible. And Helen Fields had been working for the local Sears at the time of her disappearance. Also, again from what I can tell, the news never really reached a national scale. Dad says it got drowned out by the Iran-Contra scandal. From what I've been able to find, there weren't any incidents after 1987. At least, none that were reported. During the 80s, Hudson had been touted as the next Portland. The city was planning to expand as much as it could, cutting into the forest land to build homes and stores. But while the rest of America's economy boomed, for some reason, Hudson's failed, and the plans for expansion were scrapped. In fact, I haven't been able to find evidence that any more forest land in Hudson has been cleared since 1987. As you could have probably guessed, I've done my research about this Hudson phenomenon. I'd heard the stories a time or two growing up. They weren't any sort of hushed town secret, nor were they any sort of oft-told, important part of the town's heritage. More than anything, they were just the things that had happened, and everyone in town, busy with their own lives, had simply moved on. They were the kinds of stories that you forgot for years at a time, and when you were at a party or a hangout and one of your friends mentioned them, you'd feel a light turn on in your head and you'd remember them. And you might even have a spooky conversation for half an hour or so before the topic changed again and you'd talk about something else. Heck, the stories might even linger in your mind for a couple of days, but work and relationships and bills and new gossip push them to the back of your mind for another several years until someone else at another party mentions them again. So, let me tell you when the stories became more than just stories to me. Last year, I was at my friend Eddie's apartment. His full name was Edgar, a secret few knew and fewer could tell without him knocking their teeth out. It had been a rough day for Eddie. His girlfriend of 4 years had packed up her things in the apartment and left without so much as a note, even changing her cell number. As I'd later find out on Facebook, she'd moved back in with her parents. Eddie had had a few beers, and I was trying to talk him through things. He wasn't listening too much. He just sort of sat there, with his eyes unfocused, and, in spite of the beers, was more fidgety than ever. I remember Judge Judy was on the TV in the background. We'd been there for about half an hour, when suddenly, Eddie got up. "Just a sec," he said, heading to his bedroom, and emerging about a minute later with an axe. "Dude," I said, cautiously. "You can keep talking," he said, and, resolutely, he marched straight out the front door. I followed him. I asked him what he was doing, but he didn't answer. He didn't even act like I was there. It was getting dark. We walked out of the neighborhood and into the nearby grove of trees. It's about 2 miles wide. I had my phone in my pocket, ready to call someone, even the police, in case my friend was about to do something he'd regret. Finally, when we were far enough into the grove that we could hear the rush of cars from the freeway, Eddie stopped at a tree. He looked at it, sizing it up for a moment, and, quicker than I thought him capable, he swung the axe into the tree with a resounding thwack. "Dude," I said again. "I'm still listening," he said. I hadn't said anything in 10 minutes. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Clearing my mind," he said. After a moment, he'd stopped, looked around, and pointed a bit farther into the grove. And there, about 50 yards out, I saw a felled tree lying on the ground. This was, evidently, not the first tree that Eddie had taken his anger out on. He'd always been a wall puncher in high school, and I guessed his coping mechanisms had evolved into more aggressive vandalism that, if you were careful, you didn't have to pay for damages. I should have told him to stop, but he was whacking away at the tree like it had killed his sister. His teeth were gritted. I don't think he was drunk enough to hurt anyone, but he might have been tipsy enough to hurt himself. He thwacked and thwacked again, a few chips flying from the tree here and there. Then he let out a guttural yell as he dealt the tree a particularly vicious blow. The axe got stuck in the tree with a sickening thud, and, with some effort, Eddie pulled it out again. "Stop!" I yelled, and surprisingly, Eddie actually stopped. "What?" he said impatiently. "Look," I said, pointing at the blade of the axe. The blade was splattered with dark, red liquid. I hadn't seen a whole lot of blood in greater quantities than when you cut yourself shaving. For a second, my brain didn't even register that the liquid might have been blood. We looked at the tree, and from the most recent blow, dark ichor was now oozing down the bark. The stories all came rushing back to the forefront of my mind. We both looked at each other. For a moment, we didn't say anything. Eddie looked absolutely stunned. Then, Eddie swung the axe into the tree again, but this time, it was not a passionate blow. It was calculated, or at least as calculated as a semi-inebriated Eddie could manage. I remember his face, no longer contorted in anger. It was the face of morbid curiosity. Eddie swung again, but swore after announcing that he'd missed his mark. He tried again and swore again, and I, seized myself by the same morbid curiosity, convinced Eddie to let me try. I chipped away at the wood, around the bleeding cut. The axe proved too clumsy an instrument for the job, so Eddie went back to his apartment and fetched a hatchet and a pocket knife, and I got to work. I carved and pulled away wood, all the time wondering if I was really going to find a body. And soon, after peeling away a chunk of wood, I saw it. A strip of blood-soaked denim. We had reached a leg. We kept at it. We should have called the cops right then, but we didn't. The thought didn't even cross my mind. I doubt it would have ever crossed Eddie's. Over the course of an hour, we carved out the left side of the body, whittling and pulling away strips of wood as we made our way up the legs, hip, and all the way to the abdomen, where we hit the blue, shredded fabric of a dress shirt. I was expecting the body to be far more decomposed, but no. As long as I was careful, I didn't pierce any of the pale, bloated flesh through the jeans, which was stained with blood in places Eddie definitely hadn't hit with the axe, but kept getting caught in the blade. Though I was fine working away the wood, I couldn't bring myself to touch the body itself anywhere. The smell was horrible. I can't even begin to describe it, as I'd never smelled anything like it before, and have not smelled anything like it again. As I worked, Eddie remained silent, only handing me the tools I asked for. It got darker and darker, and Eddie had to use the light from his cell phone so I could see what I was doing. I didn't carve away too much, so that most of the body remained upright within the tree, though when I had started out, I was dumb enough to carve the leg out so much that it dangled, and, were it more decomposed, might have threatened to fall out while leaving the rest of the body in the tree. We carved our way up the body until the form of the chest, shoulders, and neck were all visible. Then, we got to the face. I worked the wood away, and a man's face was slowly revealed, though several strips of skin were pulled off with the wood. The eyes were closed, the nose looked like it had been crushed, and, as I worked my way downward, I realized that the mouth was open. I had to use my pocket knife to pry the wood out of the body's open mouth. It took several minutes of lots of wiggling, but I finally managed to yank it out, though several of his teeth came with it. For the first time, I stood back to look at my grim handiwork. There, in front of me, was the body of a fellow human being, his face frozen eternally in a scream. I don't know whether the adrenaline had worn off or if I just hadn't taken the time to really think, but the actual horror of the situation finally hit me. My knees felt weak and I had to lean against the tree. Eddie just stood there, silent. As I looked over the body, I noticed that we hadn't uncovered an arm, and as I scanned the shape of the shoulder, I realized the arm must still be in the tree, stretching upward to where we hadn't carved yet. Whoever this man was, he had died with his arm reaching upward. That's when we called the cops. They showed up about 20 minutes and roped off the area, though who would be coming into the middle of the forest was beyond me. We told them our story, and I know they smelled the booze on Eddie's breath, so I did most of the talking. As they took photographs of the tree and started prying out the rest of the body, one of the younger cops went on a power trip, saying we should have called them immediately after finding the body and shouldn't have interfered so much with it. In fact, he might even charge us with vandalism of public property. We were let off the hook, however, after one of the older cops subtly told him to relax. They made some half-hearted attempts to tell us to go home, but we stuck around long enough to watch them finish pulling the rest of the remains out of the tree. They had to do it in pieces. I kept calling the cops over the next few days, asking for updates. During that time, I researched bodies in trees online, talked to my family, and made phone calls around town, which is how I found all the information I've already shared. When I called the cops about a week later, they finally told me that they'd ID'd the body as Jim Peters, a 43-year-old real estate agent who had gone missing a month before. Just a month? I pointed out that even if the tree had grown around his corpse, it would have taken years for it to grow around the body as much as it had. The cops didn't have anything to say about that. The mystery didn't end there, though. Jim Peters was not from Hudson. He had gone missing from Phoenix, Arizona. But it was definitely Jim Peters. They did DNA testing and everything. Nobody had any answers to how a guy from Arizona had ended up dead inside a tree in Hudson, Oregon. A few days later, Eddie knocked on my door. He looked a little rough around the edges, dirty jeans and flannelled shirt, bags under his eyes, unshaven, but he was sober. He smelled like a campfire. "Where have you been?" I asked. "Around," he said vaguely. We sat on the step outside my apartment and talked while Eddie lit a cigarette. "Crazy that we just happened to hit the tree with a person in it," I eventually said. Eddie scoffed. "Wasn't luck," he said, taking a deep drag. "So what?" I said. "It was fate?" "No," he said. "It was just pretty much guaranteed to happen." "What do you mean?" "I mean that, of course we were going to knock one down with a body in it," he said. "Don't you get it?" "No," I had to admit. "We knocked down a tree with a body in it," he said, "because they all have bodies inside them." I was stunned. "How do you know?" "Well, maybe not all of them," he allowed, "but lots of them." "Eddie," I said slowly, "how do you know that?" For a long time, he didn't say anything, just smoked. I knew better than to prod, so I let him sit in silence until he was ready to talk. Eventually, I checked my phone. He'd been silent for 8 minutes straight. He even put out his cigarette on the cement and lit another one. "I gotta go," he finally said, getting up. I almost tried to stop him, but it was Eddie. That would have been pointless. About 2 weeks later, Eddie's parents called me. He hadn't answered his phone in 6 days. Last time we talked with him, they said, he said he was on his way to see you. I'll try to get a hold of him, I said, but it's probably just Eddie being Eddie. I tried calling Eddie. He didn't answer. I drove down to his apartment and knocked on the door. Nobody answered. So I grabbed the key I knew he kept under the mat, unlocked the door, and walked in. All of his stuff was there, but Eddie was nowhere to be seen. I called the cops and reported him missing before calling his parents. After I finished, I drove back to my apartment, parked my car, and for the first time in years, I cried. I sat there and cried. After about half an hour, I finally wiped my eyes and got out of my car. I locked the doors, got out, and made my way onto the sidewalk, began crossing the apartment courtyard, and almost fell down. There, in the middle of the courtyard's grass, and where there definitely hadn't been one before, there was a fully grown elm tree. I'm currently in the process of moving to Indiana. I'm leaving Hudson in a few days, and twice, in the middle of the night, I've gone down to the elm tree, carrying my own axe, but I just don't have it in me to confirm for myself that Eddie is in there.
Today, meal planning is a challenge, but preparing.
I could hear Clara's voice floating through the wall. My little sister was across the hallway in Mum's room, and even though she wasn't speaking loudly, I caught every word. The walls in our house are thin. Most of the time, I wish they weren't. Mum, there's something in my cupboard. I tensed under my duvet and shifted position. The bedroom around me was all shades of black and grey. The only light came from the glow-in-the-dark stickers I've had blue tacked to my ceiling since I was little. The house was quiet. I thought I could hear a faint rustling sound from Mum's room, the noise of bodies shifting under beds, but I couldn't make out a voice. I couldn't hear any voice at first. Then, after a few seconds of silence, I heard Kevin. "What the hell are you on about? Go back to bed, Clara." Kevin was Mom's new boyfriend, the latest in a line that stretches back to the day our dad moved out. He's been living with us for about a month now, and every time I think of him sleeping in my parents' room, I feel sort of sick. I didn't feel sick right then though. because I heard something in Kevin's voice I didn't like. Anger. I can't go back in. Clara's voice was mosquito whine floating through the walls. The sound of it made me flinch. Not because I found it annoying, but because I could imagine the way Kevin's face would be screwing up as he listened to it. The way his little pug nose would be wrinkled in the darkness of Mum's room, teeth clenching like a dog preparing to bite. And if he'd been drinking. Clara, go back to bed, now. I tried to gauge Kevin's state from the way he spoke. I couldn't be sure, but he didn't sound drunk to me, only tired and ticked off. That was good, but if my little sister carried on like this, it wouldn't matter. And she didn't seem even slightly put off by the tension in his voice. But I can't go back. I told you, the thing in my cupboard will get me. There's nothing in your cupboard. Leave me and your mum alone. There is something. There's a monkey in there. I saw it. There's a monkey in there. The weirdness of that statement made me forget my fear for a second. A monkey was a new one for Clara. She's been obsessed with a cupboard in her room ever since she started sleeping by herself, and she's told us all about the weird sounds she heard and the shapes she's seen in there at night. But I've never heard her mention a monkey before. Mum and Kevin must have been confused too, because for a moment there was only silence. Then I heard the rustling of sheets and what sounded like low whispers. Angry whispers. A moment later, Kevin's ragged voice punctured the silence. Clara, enough. There's nothing in your room, but if you don't leave me and your mum alone, right now, I'll give you a reason to be frightened. Sometimes I think about killing Kevin. I fantasize about it. Tying a wire to the top of the stairs like they do in spy films, then watching him tumble down to break his neck at the bottom. Putting rat poison in his tea, smothering him in his sleep. Anything. Anything to get rid of him. Kevin's one of those short, stocky guys with bull shoulders and no neck. Thick arms and a pot belly. Used to lift a lot of weights in the gym. But now, the only thing he lifts are cans of beer. Wine too. Whatever he can get his fat fingers on. The first week he was living with us, he didn't touch a drop of alcohol. Told Mum he didn't like the stuff anymore. That it wasn't for him. I was in the downstairs bathroom, and they were in the lounge, but I heard him say it. Like I said, the walls in our house are thin. It didn't last. A few days later, I got back from a friend's house and found the two of them laughing in front of the TV, an open bottle of red in front of them. 2 glasses. I tried to sneak by without saying goodnight, but Kevin heard me, yelled my name in a voice that was half slurred, and when I ignored him and carried on up the stairs, I heard him telling Mum, loud enough so that I could hear him, that he thought I was a rude kid, that I didn't have any manners, that sometimes when I ignored him or gave him one of my looks, he got an urge to teach me some. The first time he hit me was less than a week later. I was watching a movie in the lounge with Clara when Kevin stumbled in, stinking of beer. He grabbed the remote from the table and changed the channel. Clara protested. He yelled at her, and when I told him he couldn't speak to my sister like that, he punched me in the stomach. Winded me so bad I thought I'd throw up. It was that night in bed, as I lay looking at the bruise blooming on my stomach like a purple flower, that the fantasies of killing him started. You know, you can't keep waking Mum and Kevin up at night, right? I was in Clara's bedroom, the day after she told them about the monkey, watching her scribble on a piece of A4 paper with her crayons. Dying winter sunlight streamed through the window, bathing my 7-year-old sister in a reddy golden glow. She had her head down, face squinted in concentration as she drew. Didn't even look up when I spoke. Clara? Did you hear me? Yeah, I heard you. Hey, Jamie. I don't like Kevin much. She said it without missing a beat. The white paper in front of her was a mess of colours. She clutched the purple crayon in a pudgy right fist, shading so quickly I thought the thing might snap in her hand. Yeah, I don't like him much either. He hurt Mummy. Eh? I said he hurt Mummy. I felt something cold shift in my stomach. What do you mean he hurt Mummy, Clara? When? Last night. When I went to their room, he was on top of her. He had his hands around her neck. Clara finally looked up at me. Her blue eyes were large in her face. She lifted her hand, the one not holding the crayon, and touched the throat with it. He was hurting her here, Jamie. I felt cold all over. Cold and ill. For a moment, another daydream about killing Kevin flashed across my mind. I imagined going down into the kitchen and picking up the biggest knife I could find, then waiting behind the front door with it, cutting him when he came in from work. I pictured the blood gushing from the cut in his neck, the look of shock on his fat, puggy face. I didn't feel a single hint of shame when these images passed my mind either, only relief. I'm going to kill him. I didn't realize I'd spoken out loud until Clara frowned at me. I'm going to kill him if he hurts Mom, Clara. No, Jamie. My sister stopped drawing and looked up at me again, solemnly. She shook her head back and forth. You can't kill him, but the monkey might get him. Clara shifted on the carpet. Her shadow stretched away from where she sat, long and jagged in the rusty sunlight. It stretched across the carpet to the far end of her room, to the closed door of her cupboard. Clara glanced down at the drawing in front of her, then put the purple crayon back on the carpet. She picked up the drawing and held it out to me. See, Jamie? I drew him. Although my mind was elsewhere, I stared at the paper in Clara's hands. Her drawing covered almost the entire A4 sheet. In the middle of the page stood a crudely sketched cupboard door in brown crayon. The door was open, and Clara had used a black crayon to colour the inside of it dark. It stood out on the white page like an eye. The monkey stood to the right of it. I say monkey, but it looked more like a giant stick man. Long arms and legs, and taller than the door it stood next to. Clara had used the purple crayon to sketch it the colour of the late evening sky. Talons jutted from its hands and feet like knives. The cupboard in my room goes to Narnia, Clara whispered after a moment. Like in that story with the big lion. It opens every night when my clock says 3 a.m, and sometimes I can see stuff in there, Jamie. Stars, like the ones in our sky at night. A huge green moon. And the last few nights, the monkeys come out of the cupboard and visited me. I didn't like the monkey at first because he looked scary, but now I think he's okay. That's great, Clara, I said, only half listening. My eyes were still staring at the drawing in Clara's hands, but I wasn't really looking at that either. I was thinking about Kevin, thinking about the way he'd punched me in the stomach that time, and how the breath had been sucked out of me, thinking of all the times he'd cuffed me around the head since, the stench of stale beer pouring from his mouth, thinking about what Clara had just told me she'd seen him doing to Mum when she'd gone to their room last night. I see him when I sleep too. Clara's voice droned on in the background, bright and cheerful. The monkey. I see him, and I see the whole big, wide world behind the cupboard door. I've been dreaming about it for ages, Jamie, but I only saw it in my room for real the last few weeks. I lifted a hand and rubbed my eyes, felt a headache beginning to form in the back of my skull. I'm going to go to my room for a bit and lie down, Clara, I said after a moment. I don't feel great. Jamie, take this. Clara held a drawing out towards me. I drew it for you. I took the drawing without saying anything and turned to leave. As I did, I caught a final glimpse of the door to Clara's bedroom cupboard, still and silent at the far end of her room. In the dying afternoon sunlight, its wood was the colour of blood. 11:30 p.m. I sat up in my bed, listening to the house creaking around me, staring at Clara's drawing in the soft glow of my bedside lamp. The thing was way more detailed up close than it had seemed earlier. I'd stuffed it into my pocket after leaving Clara's room, and I'd only remembered it again when I was getting ready for bed. I'd felt the paper scrunching in my jeans as I took them off. The thing wasn't bad for a 7-year-old. Not bad at all. From a distance, when Clara first held it out to me, I'd only noticed the blocky colours of the brown door and the purple stick figure. But in the light from my bedroom lamp, I saw stuff I'd missed before. Little details, like the way Clara had textured the wood of her open cupboard door, snaking little hairline cracks through it to give it the impression of age. Or like the tiny dots of white, which I took to be stars, that she had added to the cupboard's black interior. And then there was the monkey. The giant, purple monkey, standing beside the open door. That was what stood out to me the most. Clara had sketched grey lines along its purple arms and chest, giving the impression of sinewy muscle hiding beneath the fur. She'd added tiny droplets of red crayon to the tips of its claws too, as though the thing was fresh from a kill. But its face was what drew my eye the most. Its ugly, twisted face. Even though that face was crudely drawn, Clara had somehow made the thing look kind of scary. Fangs curved from a gaping mouth. Its eyes were giant black circles. Clara hadn't added pupils to those eyes, giving them the look of twin holes that were far too big for the face they stared out from. When I looked at the monkey's face for too long, my skin started to itch. If I could turn into a creature like that, I thought, the first thing I'd do would be to make Kevin leave. And if he wouldn't do that, tear out his throat. I drifted to sleep with a picture clutched against my chest, wondering if anyone had ever wished for something so hard they'd made it real. I woke up to the sound of voices, soft voices through the wall. I rolled over in bed and touched my phone, lighting up the screen. 2:55 a.m. I half sat up in the darkness of my room, straining my ears to hear who was speaking. But somewhere deep down, I already knew. It is, Mom. It's in my cupboard. Clara's voice was the same high-pitched whine it had been the night before. I could hear her clearly through the wall. It's bashing around in there, Mum. Don't let it get me. Mum whispered something back, but her voice was too low for me to make out the words. It sounded hurried and urgent. I thought I heard the words Kevin and wake up, but I couldn't be sure. Mom, please, can't I just sleep in here with you? I don't want to go. What the hell is going on? Kevin's gruff voice cut through Kara's whine. I tensed. Didn't I damn well tell you not to keep waking us up? Kevin's voice was slurred, and not only with tiredness. He'd been drinking. I could tell from the way he was only half forming his words. A moment later, I heard the creak of his body shifting on the bed, and my mum's voice, low and panicked. Kevin's reply cut through it. No, I'm sick of it. Sick to death. You're too easy on these kids. No, stay there. I'm going to deal with this now. You've had your chance. I heard the bed creaking and Kevin grunting, and then a noise that made my stomach turn A short, hard slap. As I threw the duvet covers back and sat up in bed, I heard Clara start to cry. Right, you're coming with me, you little turd. I'm going to show you there's nothing in this damn cupboard, and then you're going to sleep in it, you hear me? Clara's crying mingled with the hurried sounds of footsteps. I heard Kevin's feet stomping across the floorboards, then a door being thrown back. By this point, I was on my feet and tugging on my pajama bottoms, my heart beating sickly in my chest. I heard the door of Clara's room being thrown open and decided to skip my t-shirt. Instead, I ran across my carpet, the plastic stars on my ceiling lighting the way, and burst out onto the landing. Mum's room was on the right, the door still half open, but I only glanced at that for a second. It sounded as though Kevin had slapped Mum, which was bad, but the crying sounds being made by my sister were worse. I sprinted in the direction of her room, running for the pool of light which was now spilling out onto the landing. But when I made it to the doorway, I froze. Kevin and Clara were at the far end of her bedroom, over by the cupboard. Tears and snot streaked down my sister's face. Her Winnie the Pooh pajamas hung off her tiny body, making her look impossibly small and fragile. Kevin towered over her. He had her gripped by the hair in one hand, while he fumbled for the cupboard door with the other. Although Kevin was facing away from me, I could tell how drunk he was by the way he kept swaying on the spot. He couldn't stand up straight. Now and again, he'd stumble to one side as he struggled to grip the cupboard's doorknob, and I realized that if he fell, he might easily bring my sister down with him, maybe even crush her. Let's go. The words were out of my mouth before I even knew what I was going to speak. Not loud enough to be a shout, but they carried. Kevin's free hand had finally found the doorknob, but now he paused with it there. At the same time, Clara suddenly screamed and kicked out at him, catching him in the leg with her foot. Kevin barely seemed to feel it. He grunted and shoved my little sister in the side of the head. She fell backwards and went sprawling on the floor. Kevin looked down at her for a moment, then turned slowly towards the sound of my voice. He swayed on the spot, but kept his hands on the doorknob, holding it for balance. Well, well, if it isn't the big man. Kevin stared at me through bloodshot eyes, his lip pulled up from his teeth with a half grin. Think you're the man of the house now that Dad is left, is that it? If you touch my sister again, I'll kill you. I was speaking without thinking, blood and heat pounding in my face. Adrenaline ran through me like fire. Right then, I didn't even feel scared, only angrier than I'd ever felt before in my life. The smile disappeared from Kevin's face. For a moment, he only frowned, as though he'd forgotten where he was. Then, his eyes refocused on mine, and his lips thinned to a slit. Don't you dare speak to me like that. He took a stumbling step in my direction. It's about time I taught you some proper manners. Kevin took another step, and two things happened at once. The first was that the cupboard door swung open behind him. Kevin's hand had still been on the knob, and he'd forgotten to let go of it when he moved. It opened behind him on silent hinges, a dark hole in the brightness of my sister's room. A second later, the smell hit. It struck me in a wave that almost made me stumble back. Thinking back to that moment now, I still don't know how best to describe the pungent scent that came pouring from the cupboard. How to really do it justice. It was like all the worst things and all the best things I'd ever smelt before, somehow rolled together in one. 1,000 different notes in one wave. A cloying aroma of flowers with an undercurrent of animal feed. Perfume coating dog hair. The tang of fresh soil lightly covering a dead body. All of those smells hit me at the same time, filling my head and making it difficult to think. but they didn't make it difficult to see. Oh no. The smells didn't stop me from seeing what lay on the far side of the cupboard door. That image has been imprinted on my mind ever since, and likely will be until the day I die. I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee it. As Kevin took another stumbling step towards me, I had a clear view of the open cupboard behind him. The darkness inside of it was far too thick. That was the first thing I remember thinking, that it didn't make sense for the cupboard's interior to be as black as it was. That thought was shoved from my mind a split second later though, when I noticed the pinpricks of light hanging in the blackness. Lights like tiny jewels. There was just enough time for another thought to shoot through my mind, that those lights looked like stars, before a huge shape shifted inside the cupboard and blocked them out. It was like the shadow of a cloud passing across a night sky. Kevin paused. He was 2 feet away from the cupboard now, swaying on his feet, eyes still half focused on mine. For a moment, his forehead creased into a frown, as though he was trying to remember something he'd forgotten. Maybe he'd heard a sound behind him, or caught a whiff of the stench coming from the cupboard. Either way, it was too late by then. As his head half turned in the direction of the cupboard's open doorway, the creature emerged from the blackness behind it. It didn't look anything like a monkey, but it did look something like Clara's drawing. Just a little. It came through the door in a half crouch, and when it stood up, its muscled shoulders were higher than Kevin's head. Its own head towered above him, twisted fangs packed tight together in a cluster of yellowing bone. Lines of drool dripped from its teeth in thick runnels. It didn't have a nose, exactly. Only twin nostrils that flared with whatever smells it detected in the room. At least, I guessed it was operating on smell, because the thing didn't have any eyes. That was the bit my sister's drawing had captured best of all. In the place where its eyes should have been, were nothing but 2 gaping holes. 2 craters that looked as though they'd been gouged straight into the thing's purple flesh. The creature from the cupboard took a giant step into the room, and Kevin finally caught sight of it. He was half turned around by then, and I could only see part of his face. But that was all I needed to see. In his final moments, I saw Kevin's puggy eyes widen with a look of stunned terror. I saw his mouth fall open as if he were about to make a sound. But before he had a chance, the creature sank its fangs into his neck. Kevin didn't even get out a cry for help. He barely made a noise. One moment he was standing there, the next the creature was clamped onto him like a dog worrying a pheasant. The only sound that came out of him was a muffled gurgling, which grew fainter the more the purple thing worked away at his throat. Kevin shook in its mouth like a doll. He wasn't going anywhere, but the creature had circled its long arms around his back anyway, just to make sure. Claws like knives dug into Kevin's skin. Blood pattered onto my sister's bedroom carpet. I felt my eyes begin to blur, and a second later, I leaned forward and threw up. The adrenaline was still burning inside me like an engine, only now it felt like terror rather than anger that was driving it. I retched a couple more times, then spat bile onto the floor. By the time my eyes had cleared and I could look up again, Kevin and the creature were gone. He's been missing for a few days now. Missing. I use that word because that's what the police are calling it. Even though I know the truth, Kevin's gone for good. The thought doesn't make me feel bad in the slightest. Not at all. Like the daydreams I used to have about killing him, it only brings relief. I felt no guilt when the creature attacked him, and I felt no guilt later when I watched my mom scrub his blood off the carpet. I felt nothing when she lied to the police, and felt nothing when I nodded right along with the story she'd made up. The story about how they'd had an argument, and Kevin had stormed off drunk into the night, disappeared into the darkness, and never come back. I know it isn't healthy to feel the way I feel. I know it's not right. Sometimes, when awake in the darkness of my room from some half-remembered nightmare, I've been having a lot of those lately, I worry that I might be broken inside. That maybe Kevin took a part of me with him when he disappeared through the cupboard doorway. A part I'll never get back. But then I tell myself that at least he can't take anything else from us. And that makes me feel a little better. It helps. Spending time with Clara helps too. Clara and her drawings. She's been drawing a lot since that night Kevin disappeared. She sits on a room after school, cross-legged in the fading orange sunlight, and she scribbles until her crayons are worn down to the nub. White paper coated with maps of colour, brightly smudged landscapes. I've seen quite a few of the drawings. Clara's always happy to show them to me. Sometimes I'll sit in a room with her, and I'll skim through the piles of pages while the light outside fades from red to purple. Some of the drawings I struggle to look at. There are a few of the creature that killed Kevin, for instance, that are just too much for me. There's one in particular, one which shows the thing looming over a body, half-eaten stickman with crosses for eyes that made my hands shake so badly I put the paper down to catch my breath. I had to put the paper down and catch my breath when I saw it. I shoved that picture to one side, and I haven't looked at it again since. I don't plan to. But there are others I like to look at. Others I've looked at way more than once. The things Clara draws are like the smells that come pouring out of the cupboard doorway the night Kevin was taken. Good and bad. Not just the most horrible things you can imagine, but also the most beautiful. Clara lets me take my favourites back to my room. And last night, I found myself looking at them for hours in the light from my bedside lamp, looking at them with wonder. A picture of a giant green moon hanging over a field of blood-coloured stalks. Another of a narrow track winding through towering grey trees. And one my little sister drew only yesterday. The one I like most so far, that shows hundreds of tiny stars winking above a churning maroon sea. I look at those pictures and then sink back under my pillow. And when I shut my eyes, I dream of stepping through my sister's cupboard and going someplace new. I forget all about Kevin. I dream of lapping waves and a sky so full of diamonds, it shimmers.